Oh, 14. A splendid day for Soup, the Picross, the BB, and for Pip. Perhaps we shall even see a CRT or two. like haha, we are both making lovely shapes and colors with funny squares. How cool is that smile?
Pretty cool. I have a fan on right now, because I just got home from, like, doing a fucking sprint. So I have that on to cool me down a little, so apologies if that's, like, coming through as background noise. But I mean, this is just kind of a whatever and relax type of stream anyway, so I suppose it's not that big of a deal to me, and hopefully not that big of a deal to you. Speaking of, I just went for a fucking run. Apologies if my voice sounds a little, huffy and puffy and out of breath. I did just come back from a run and then also eat a bunch of soup.
Hi.
Thank you, Amusement Heart, for the 17-month resub. Much appreciated. And thank you, Twinking, for the 21-month resub. Much appreciated.
I love Pip and BB and I hope they get to have so many seeds.
Hell yeah. You may have noticed, if you looked on my Twitter last night, or if you looked in the announcements channel on Discord last night, or if you're looking at my stream right now, that I made a new bird. I was thinking about house sparrows last night, because house sparrows are cute. And then I was like, man, it's so sad my little bird in my computer doesn't have a friend, they will be lonely. And so I made a friend for a BB. Now there's two. And you'll have to forgive me for being obnoxious and, like, shoving it in everyone's faces, like, hey, look at this bird I drew. Because, I don't know, I like it. So now you have to look at it. And that's my power on my stream. I can make you look at anything I want. I can make you look at a picture of an owl. But I won't. But I could. Can you tattoo them on yourself? For real? Thank you for asking. Yeah, sure. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna have to think about that, but my answer is probably yes. I just genuinely never thought anyone would ever say that to me about something I did, so... Well, no, that's not true. That's already happened for, like, people asked about an HLVR tattoo once, I think. Sure. You know what? Sure. That's wild. Does Pip have pronouns? No, it's a drawing of a bird on my computer. You can use whatever. It won't care. I use whatever I feel like interchangeably for the birds. They don't mind. They're like Tamagotchis. How about we do some Picross? Hang on a sec, I forgot to close, paint.net. Give me just a sec. I've gotta close that. Nope, that's not... You didn't see that. Don't worry about it. There we go. Capture card. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Smile. For unrelated reasons. For completely, entirely unrelated reasons. Did you know I'm gonna be playing God Game with Socks next week? Smile.
Good evening. How is the darling Lola doing?
She's doing pretty good. Why is OBS not picking up my capture card? Just a second. Please? There we go. There we go. Let's do some Picross. System... Fuck... Okay. Fine. I guess we're waiting a bit longer. Thanks, Nintendo. Anyways, you know, subs, tips, bits, stuff like that. Never mandatory. Appreciate it all the same. I'm skimming over a little bit today, just because, like, people have been, exceedingly and overwhelmingly generous over the past couple of streams, so, I'm not terribly fussed about it. Am I planning on doing any cool Mario Kart streams in the future? I mean, I don't have any current plans. But, you know, never say never. I played Mario Kart the other day with Scorpy on his stream. That was fun.
Picross.
Nice. Thank you, cool bird, for the tip. Much appreciated. I forgot I turned off the in-game music. Let me fix that. I had it turned off because I was doing some of the mega puzzles and listening to some of my own music. There we go. Oh, hang on a sec. The capture's doing the thing where it like sounds all crackly, so I'm gonna bounce it real quick, take it down, bring it back up. Just a sec. Just a sec. Do you want to work? Why are you being fussy today? I've literally never had this problem with you on OBS before. No, you don't want to like get picked up. There we go. Yeah, sometimes if I like have the capture software running for a bit too long before I actually start doing anything with it, it'll start to sound a little fuzzy crackly. And then sometimes it'll just do it randomly.
Yo, new bird just dropped.
Thank you, Beetle Buddy, for the 18 months. Much appreciated. I'm not sure exactly what causes the problem, but I do know the solution pretty consistently seems to be just turn it off and on again, so... I suppose it's not the biggest deal in the world. Thank you, Sister, for the gift sub. Much appreciated. That went out to Kanibi. Or Kaniebly? I think one of those is right, and I hope none of those are wrong. Hope you're all doing well today. Today's been pretty good. Have I played any Mario Picross games? Oh, hang on a second. Oh, hang on a second. Have I played any Mario Picross games? Have I played any Mario Picross games? Hang on just a moment. Have I played any Mario Picross games? Never heard of him. I've been waiting for this moment. To show off Mario's awesome weed numbers. Were those max levels for real, or did you really do that on purpose? Both. I'm gonna go with both. I'm gonna go with both. One space, then we're room for two, so this has to go here. Go. 2, 3, 1. So I'll go like this. So if you crossed out, right? Right? Let's see. No, just that one. Okay. I do really like the music in these clip Picrosses. The music in Picross S3 in general is very, very good. I literally love listening to it. Which means this has to be R3 and this is R1. Cool, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get rid of you. There we go. Man, this is a bit of a nice confidence booster. I've been playing on and off for the past year or two. Another puzzle game on my PC called Tametsi. And my god, it is much harder than this video game, so I was just kind of like, ah, shit, am I losing my touch? Am I bad at puzzles now? I'm still okay at puzzles, it's just that game gets very hard. It's a fun little game, though. You can check it out on Steam. Let's go here. What game? Tametsi. T-A-M-E-T-S-I. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it, at least. Thank you, Tales from the Paint Bucket, for 17 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, the game is, like, super cheap. It is, like, a ridiculous value proposition if you like logic puzzles. Because there are, like, a shit ton of levels in it, and also, at least if your brain is like mine, they're quite hard, so you're probably gonna be at it for a while. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wanted to say that Pip looks like an old man and you love them very much. Yeah, I kind of realized that when I was just, like, trying out a bunch of little scribbles for new birds last night, because I wanted to make birds. And one of the ones I settled on for Pip was just kind of like, hey, this looks kind of like an old person with, like, their arms behind their back, like they're, like, trying to keep their back straight and, like, stay relaxed while standing up. And so I kind of leaned into that a little bit, because I thought that was a cute design for a bird. And I don't know, I'm happy that comes through for other people looking at it.
Putting this onto sleep too. Good night, Holly, have fun.
Thank you to Do Sauce for the 5-month resub. Have a good sleep, and I'm sorry in advance about the nightmare that I'm gonna cause. How do you subliminally cause someone to have a nightmare, by the way? I guess you just talk about scary stuff. Ghouls. Dark cavern. 10,000 skeletons. A really big wheel that you can't move. Lightning. But, like, you know, the lightning from the sky and not the Louis Vuitton from Final Fantasy. And the villain from Among Us. Thanks for getting scared. And devil bomb that makes other devils appear. I think I did something wrong here.
Hey Hey Holly,
Hi.
just wanted to thank you for streaming Vampire Survivors a couple streams back. I bought it immediately after, and 20 hours of playing later and eagerly awaiting new content.
Hey, hell yeah! It's a cool little game. I'm glad folks are enjoying it. I did something wrong here. Let's restart it. Let's restart it, all of it. Thank you, Nisoc Tango, for that gift sub to Teeth Smoothie. Awful generous of you. Should you expect any eels this stream? I don't know, should you? Thank you, Fighting Polygon Team, for the sub. Very good username, by the way. Big fan of that username. I don't know what it is about my stream that keeps attracting people with very good usernames on this website, but it makes me smile every day that I stream. One, two, three, four, five, six. So here's a 2. 1, 2, 3, 1. This will be filled in. There we go. So I was looking more into, that, like, that thing that came up, like, recently that was like, oh, a joke from, like, what was it, like an ancient Sumerian or Mesopotamian tablet or something like that about, like, the dog with the eyes closed, and how I was very excited, last Dark Souls stream because I saw someone talking about, like, a translation that was, like, apparently known since, like, the 60s, something like that. Anyways, I was looking into it more, and it turns out that translation might have actually been wrong, and it wasn't actually a sex joke. And I saw a very long post about the intricacies of, like, the grammar of a dead language. And, I mean, obviously I can't, like, verify the veracity of either of these, because I'm not a linguist, especially not for this. Thank you, Loki Ois, for the brand new sub. Much appreciated. But it was interesting seeing this other interpretation of it, that basically amounted to, like, you know, a dog walks into a bar and is like, I can't see a thing. He should have opened his eyes. And that's it. Very, very similar in structure to, like, a modern day, man walks into a bar and says, ouch. Gave me a chuckle, it did. This will be crossed out. I don't know. I can't, like, say if either of those are technically correct, because I don't know anything. I know nothing ever, and I have no stake in this horse race, but, hang on a second.
My brain can't process how Picross works, but I'm having lots of fun watching you do it. Shapes, keep it up.
I'll explain the rules of how it works in the next puzzle, but thanks for the tip, I appreciate it. But But yeah, I don't know. I appreciate that, like, even, like, civilizations and centuries apart, people have been making similar types of jokes and finding them funny for, like, years and years and years. I don't know, there's something really cool about that.
Two goldfish are in a tank. One says to the other, "Do you know how to drive this thing?"
Okay, that's pretty good. I do like that one. Thank you for the tip. Much appreciated.
What hard dog doing in fart heaven?
Didn't quite catch what that said, but thank you for the tip. I'm gonna go look at what that was. Nisok Tanga with $5, who says, "What the dog doing in the tavern?" Not looking, evidently. Thanks for the tip, much appreciated. This would go here. Go, which means we get rid of... this is 7 now, so we're gonna do this. There we go. Hey, Jupiter Amnesia! Hope you're doing well today. Ancient Roman souvenirs that basically say went to Rome and all I got was this pencil. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if there was like some sort of similar goof going on since the olden days.
Have fun with the squares.
I will, thanks for the tip. Go. That's all. Nope. That's all done down here. So this would go here, and this would go here. So this is done. We put you here and here. So you go here, and we're all done. All right, next one. Normally during these Picross streams, I like talking about what my schedule for the rest of the week stream-wise is gonna be like. But I'm largely just kind of taking it easy stream-wise this week, so I guess there's not too much to talk about. I'm streaming tonight, as evidenced by the fact that I'm, you know, here streaming. Thank you, Nissa the Witch, for the 12 months.
Does BB teach Pip swears?
Other way around. Thank you for the tip. Or the resub, rather. I'm getting my alerts mixed up in my head. And then... let's see. Nothing planned tomorrow or Thursday. Friday... I'm hoping to do more Dark Souls 2 if I'm feeling up to it. You know, last week I had just like a really sudden wave of feeling like shit. So I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen again. Because I would really like to play more Souls. Saturday, if we can get all the folks who wanted to have around for that together, I'm gonna be on my friend Puzz's stream. And we're going to be talking about the Archie Sonic comics. Because that's a wild ride that we suddenly realized, hey, it'd be fun to talk about this. So that's, I mean, a big maybe if everyone's, available and feeling up for it that day, so it might not happen. It might get rescheduled. It'll happen eventually, but maybe not necessarily, this week, but that's what we're currently aiming for at the very least, so we'll try. And then Sunday, I'm doing Soup Stream. And then I'm probably taking like a week off.
Squares and future soups. Wonders.
Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I forgot to explain how Picross works. Fuck! I said I was going to explain how Picross works, and I didn't. Oops. Love my Go Fish stream? Hey, thank you. I will be doing another one in the next couple of months. Because, it's hard to wrangle a couple of people together for what is bound to be a very large amount of time to play Go Fish together. But we all just kind of realized, like, hey, we want to do this again. Let's do this soon. And it was very funny, I, logged into Twitter this morning. Not Twitter, Tumblr. I logged into Tumblr this morning, and there's a blog that I like following, and have been following for years. Maybe you've heard of them, called Panger and Grim. And it's about, someone who owns, some very nice cats, among other type of nice animal. And it was kind of wild just looking over and seeing a post come up on my Tumblr dashboard of someone sending them like a question like, hey, have you ever heard of the Holotones stream where they played Go Fish? And I just saw that and I felt like I could literally feel, like, my face just, go blank and my heart just sink, like, oh god, what's going on? Why are they talking about me? Because, right, yeah, the mortifying ordeal of being seen and all that, and, because they thought that, one of the cats on one of the cards, was Panger. And so, the blog was, the blog owner, person who runs it was like, no, I've never heard of this, send me it, show me. And so someone sent in, a picture of the cat in question, and they were like, oh, no, unfortunately, this isn't my cat in this, this is a different type of similar cat. And I was just like, I mean, I have a rare opportunity here where I can put your cat in this, and I can make my friend Socks put your cat in this. But I reckon I should probably ask first. So I just, reply to the post, and I'm like, I mean, do you want me to put your cat in there? Do you want me to put Panger in there? I can. And, so they responded, and they were like, oh, that would be fucking awesome. Here's a picture you can use. And then they tagged it with oh yeah, by the way, I'm a big fan of HLVR, I loved you as Dr. Coomer, and I was just like, oh, okay, thank you. And I mean, I felt a little bit starstruck, I suppose. That was nice. So there are going to be, 3 Panger cards in the next time we play, Go Fish Deluxe. Socks has been apparently like, adding little bits and pieces to the deck ever since that first stream. And then I mentioned, oh, it'd be fun if we do this sometime soon. And then they just went, oh, yeah, sure, okay. By the way, I'm now gonna add like a million more cards to the deck. And I was just like, oh, okay, we're never finishing. God Game also has 30 new mechanics, of course. I'm just thinking about some of the card ideas that I've been working on today and smiling. That's literally why I was late for stream today, it was like, oh, damn, I'm streaming this evening. I should, like, you know, go out, go for a walk, have a jog, get some dinner in me and all that stuff before then. And then I was just, like, talking to Socks, and I was just like, oh, hey, by the way, I think I'm gonna be available to, like, play God Game next week. And then just, like, got to talking with some folks about, you know, cards in that game, and I was like, oh shit, I have some ideas, I'm gonna make some cards. And then spent a significant chunk of my afternoon then just, like, drawing up new cards. Streamed Super Go Fish Deluxe for super players on a day where you were incredibly stressed about moving stuff and it helped calm you down a lot. I mean, first of all, I'm impressed that calm is used in the same sentence as Super Go Fish Deluxe for super players, but but also I'm glad to hear that. That was a lot of fun, and I'm glad folks, you know, tuning in got to have a good time too. Very much looking forward to the next time we can do it. You so very badly want to watch Super Go Fish Deluxe 2 and you have no obligations to stop you. I mean, Val, straight up, if you want to be on that stream, you can. I'm cool with that. we can invite you into the round table of goons. Wait! I forgot to explain Picross again! Fuck! Someone asked me to do it and I kept forgetting! We'll do it for the next chunk. A strange tea party. Okay, the next one we'll do a tutorial. We're gonna do a tutorial. Here we go. Starting with this one, which is... Actually, no, this one's fucking 20 by 15. Let's start with a small one. Hang on. This one's 5 by 5. Let's go with that. Okay, so... What in God's game is Super Go Fish? So, Super Go Fish Deluxe for super players, was an idea that I had with my friend Rudd. Before I do that, I need to explain Picross. I've stalled fucking long enough, I'm gonna forget again if I don't. So this is Picross. In a Picross puzzle, you have, you know, rows and columns. Each row and each column on the side has a number, and that number corresponds to how many squares you need to fill in. For example, this row here has a 4, which means somewhere in here we need to have 4 adjacent squares. It could be like this, or it could be like this. Here we have 1, 1, 1, so what we need to do is have 1 square, a space, 1 square, a space, and then 1 square. And so it's a logic puzzle where what you need to do is you need to go through each different row and column, find out what squares can implicitly be filled in or crossed out, and then from there, you know, fill out other continuous rows and columns. This one's a pretty good one to use as an example because it's very, very small, and so it's much easier to wrap your head around. So, like, for instance, this row here, we have 1, 1, 1, which means we know for sure it has to be 1, a space, 1, a space, and then 1. And so this row's now all done. This column here on the right, we see this is just a 1, and because we already have that filled in, we're all done here. And so we go here to this bit, this is a 4, so we know this whole one has to be filled in. Likewise, this 4 here has to be filled in all the way. And so now, this column here with a 2 is filled in, this row here with a 1 is filled in, this row here with a 1 is filled in, this column here with a 1 is filled in. This one has to be 1 and 2, we have the 2 here already, and there's only 1 square left. So it's going around looking at different lines you have to fill in. And then filling them in. It's neat. And so, you know, I get this a lot where people are, like, coming into a Picross stream, they're like, man, I don't know how you do it. I'm looking at this, and this is so huge, it's ridiculous. I can't even parse it. And that's because usually they come in when I'm near the end of the game, and I'm playing the puzzles that are, like, fucking 15 by 20, like this one. They start you off small. They start you off small so you can get used to the rules, and then they ease your way up. Anyways, Super Go Fish Deluxe for super players was an idea that me and my friend Rudd came up with. Where one day, we were just like, man, wouldn't it be funny if we just did a stream of Go Fish? That's how it started. And then we were like, yeah, it would be really funny if we were just like, you know, doing a stream where all we did was play Go Fish together and literally nothing else. And then, it sort of evolved a little bit, where it was like, well, what if it wasn't just, you know, like, Go Fish standard? What if it was, just like non-stop games of Go Fish where we just kept playing over and over and over again?
Deception of Rainbow 2.
Thank you, Agi Bird, for the tip, I appreciate it. And then it was, what if it was just one big continuous game of Go Fish? And we made the deck, like, a fucking million cards big. Like, what if it was just thousands of cards in one deck?
Picross is real neat, but my brain still bounces off of Mega Picross.
Mega Picross is kind of hard. It's like the hardest of all the Picross variants for me. Something about just like bigger columns like sends me for a loop. Thank you for the tip, I appreciate it. And so anyways, we were just like, man, that would be pretty funny if we just did that. And so like we mentioned that like offhand to Socks. And Socks was like, oh, huh, yeah, okay. I can put, like, a deck together for you guys if you want. And so we were like, sure, okay. You know more about, like, tabletop sim and stuff than we do. I trust you to wrangle that up. And they were like, okay, so I'm gonna get, you know, like, a bunch of standard playing card decks. And then cards from, like, other card games on the Steam Workshop. And then I'm gonna make my own custom cards for this. And not tell you what any of these are. And so we were like, you know what? We trust you. Go ahead. And so they did it. And then we were like, we're gonna do this stream where we are playing the ultimate version of Go Fish. This is a level beyond Go Fish. This is the deluxe version of Go Fish, and it is for true experts only. And so it ended up being, what was it, close to 7 hours? More than 7 hours? Of us just playing Go Fish with like a several thousand card deck. And so then we were like, okay, well, we're clearly not finishing this today because we're all fucking exhausted. We'll have to come back to this another day. And then Socks was like, hey, is it cool if I add more cards to the deck? To which I think the consensus was, man, that's such an evil idea, please do it. 7 hours, 26 minutes, and 52 seconds. Awesome. And there will be more. And a lot of people have asked, like, can you release this publicly so other people can play it? And the short answer is not quite. The long answer is, well, I mean, we did just kind of take a lot of cards without permission. For a goof. And so I would feel really weird about distributing that, for a thing for other people to do without, you know, like, without the consent of the people that made them. And I guess, you know, technically we could maybe, like, put, one of them packs together that's like, you know, a set of mods you can download, like a collection, where it's like, oh, here's all the ones that involve these cards, and then one with, like, our custom cards and stuff like that. But, you know, there was also that whole debacle a while ago about, like, the tabletop sim devs, like, doing some weird kind of shitty stuff, about, like, you know, banning fucking LGBT people from just talking about their lives because, oh, no politics, that's not allowed. And so it's like, well, do we really want to actively release something for a game done by a company that's doing shit like that? Like, do we really want to do that? We can't really decouple this from tabletop sim because there's too many moving parts that rely on it, but, like, I don't know. It's something we would have to think about, is the long and short of it. See, I know there's alternatives to tabletop sim. This isn't a matter of, like, oh, well, there's no alternatives out there. I know there are. This is a matter of, oh, okay, well, here's, like, 40 different packs of cards from different mods for tabletop sim. We would have to port every single one of these over to another platform, and then also port our saved game over to another platform. That's not exactly feasible. Not for this specific thing. So that's kind of the long and short of why it's not really a thing you can get for yourself, at least as of right now. What was the music in the background? Of what? Of this here right now? Or of the Go Fish stream? Because I don't remember exactly what it was for the Go Fish stream. It was just a lot of different music that I was like, hey, let's play this. Of the Picross stream. This is the in-game music. This is the music in this video game. It's this music. It's BGM 4. Hang on, are there other background musics? Relaxing sounds? Relaxing sounds? Huh. I didn't know this was an option. This is literally so awesome. This is literally so awesome. This changes everything. This straight up changes everything. Just noticed I added the bird I made last night. Yeah, I wanted to throw it on the stream. I wanted people to look at it. Almost back to the number of points you had before baseball cleaned you out. Good news! Baseball is probably coming back next weekend, so you can lose all your points again if you want. Not this coming weekend, but the one after that. This weekend, I'm too busy, but the one after that, there'll be some more Picross. Not Picross, baseball. Sorry, I'm getting the streams crossed in my head. I've got Picross on the brain while I'm talking about other stuff. It's not a good combo. I might also, I haven't confirmed it just because, you know, I haven't decided the exact date yet, so I don't know what availability is, but, I was talking to Brady, and Brady said he might be interested in, like, coming around and being a co-commentator for one of them baseball streams, so he might be on that one. Which, sounds like a lot of fun to me. I love Brady. Brady is my friend. I think Brady also knows more about baseball, like, as an actual sport than I do, so that might be valuable and interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gotta go study Python, which I have renamed as Big Eel. Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Bye.
Good luck with the studying. You have to give Lana a big kiss for me, by the way. You have to. It's in the rules. It's in the rules of life. There we go. You and a friend watched the VOD of baseball and it was genuinely fun spectator sport. Yeah, exactly! It's just like, it's a really fun thing to watch. I don't know a lot about baseball, but like I do think it's like a fun actual sport to like watch and get into. Even if I don't have a ton of experience actually doing that. And it was fun to share that with folks. Baseball's just a cool sport. It's a good time, IMO. This is our 4. Which means this is a 4. Real baseball should have more wizards in it. Yeah! It should. It really ought to. Someone's got to get on the ass of the Baseball United World Commission or whatever about it. I made that name up. That's not right. This would have to be a 2. Which means this wouldn't fit here. Which means this is wrong. I restarted. You've been watching my old Murder by Numbers VODs and enjoying all my voices. Oh, thank you. Murder by Numbers was a ton of fun. Real good game. A hard time listening to old stuff I've recorded just because like I listen to the way my voice sounds and it feels weird. Like I know that like everyone listening to their own voice recorded and it doesn't quite sound the way you think it sounds is like weird to everyone in the world, but it's also like part of it is like, you know, I feel like I've come a decent ways in terms of like the way my voice just sounds in general. And so listening to old stuff is just kind of like, oh, ew, weird, I sounded like that, and then just kind of making myself feel dysphoric about it. So I try to avoid that if I can. But, you know, the memories are still there, and the memories are good, so... That's what matters. This would have to be a 1. I'm quite happy with the way my voice sounds. Thank you, Captain Andy5, for that brand new sub. Much appreciated. Maybe if they ever make a Murder by Numbers 2, you'll be able to do them voices even better. Hey, maybe. Speaking of which, you all gotta go and buy Murder by Numbers right now and go buy it. You gotta go support the devs and give them ridiculous amounts of money so they can make a sequel. I mean, not only am I being selfish here by wanting them to make a sequel, and so I want you all to make it happen, I have a personal stake in it. Thank you, Mr. AD, for the 4-month resub. I have a personal stake in it.
Completely forgot I had Prime. Still thinking about that fish tank joke.
One time, or I guess a couple times, Ed Fear, one of the co-writers, stopped by my stream. Real nice dude, by the way. And said, by the way, if we do make a sequel, if it ever does happen, Roz will fly or, like, go to space or something like that. I don't remember the exact words of it, but something would happen to Roz. And she was one of my favorite characters, so I want to see more of her. See, so if any rich millionaires are out there listening to my stream, first of all, give me $1 million, and then second of all, go give the Murder by Numbers devs $20 million. So that they can go make a sequel. Remembering how you didn't get the name pun of Detective Cross until my last stream? Right, he's Private Investigator Cross, P.I. Cross, Picross. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. I'm still so incredibly charmed by that joke. The Mr. Picross. And I like every time that I mention that, there's at least 1 or 2 people in chat just being like, wait, oh my god, I never got that. You didn't know, Puzz? Oh no! Oops. I think most, if not all of the names in that game are, like, maybe not quite a pun, but, like, quite a few of them are at least, like, a little jokey in that regard. Like, you know, how you have, the main character, Honor, and then you have the little robot sidekick Scout, because Scout's Honor. Definitely Ace Attorney-style names. I have never played an Ace Attorney, so I can't verify that. One of these days I'll get around to playing them. And there's a lot of video games out there that I want to play, and then it's always like, well, you know, I've got other games that I'm already playing, and also there's new stuff that I want to check out, but also there's a bunch of stuff like that I already own in my backlog that I want to check out, but also there's stuff that I only really want to play, you know, like a certain time and I'm not in the mood for it, or there's stuff that I really wanted to play with like a specific friend or like with my partner or something, but times don't always line up because, you know, people are out there living their own lives, stuff like that. And, you know, I feel like, oh man, there's a lot of video games out there. Again, a pretty good problem to have for someone like me. But also, my god, There's so many. We will play the Ace Attorney game someday. Fuck yeah, Puzz, I'm gonna hold you to that. What else? What else? What else? Like fucking Tunic came out, recently, and that's when I had my eye on for a little bit, and like, I know I'm not gonna be playing that anytime soon. Which is, you know, like, maybe for the better, like, stream-wise, just because, like, I know that most of the folks that would have been interested in that game would want to, you know, like, play it themselves first so they could avoid spoilers, and so then, you know, all the people who would have been getting it at launch would then be able to watch the stream, but, like, that's putting too much thought into it. The long and short of it is honestly just, well, I have other things that I'm already playing. That's the real issue. Like, fuck, I was, like, honestly straight up thinking about, like, whether or not I should take time off next week, just because, like, I've really been getting the feeling of, like, oh, okay, I really probably should take some time just to dedicate to, like, taking her easy, spending time to myself, and not, like, worrying about, like, stream stuff. But then also I was like, oh god, but there's so many video games, though, I gotta play them. But, you know, it is, even if you have a job you like I'm very lucky to have, it's still important to take fucking time off. You know? Like, rip to your Kim Kardashian grindset lifestyle, I guess, but I would like to live until I'm 150, so I must take it easy. Or like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, 3, 2 rather. So that wouldn't work here. I could have 2, 1. Not quite. Jobs that you like can still be exhausting? Exactly! Like, I'm not gonna be out here, like, trying to imply, like, oh, streaming, oh, it's the hardest job ever. Oh, I'm so... I bear such a burden, because, like, that's fucking ridiculous. I'm pretty sure on, like, an average day, someone working, like, a fucking fast food job probably honestly has a much more stressful job, because they gotta worry about burning themselves in oil and also dealing with fucking customers and things like that. But, like, you know, trying to put on a show and, like, do a performance on a very regular basis, is tiring. I don't feel like that's, like... a weird or, like, out of left field thing to say. It's tiring, you know? Even if it's something I really like doing. Like I'm very lucky and thankful to have, like, an audience and, like, a community that supports me on days where I do feel like this, but, like, genuinely, some days I do just, like, wake up and I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't have it in me to be presentable today. So, like... Even if this is, like, the best job I've ever had, and maybe one of my favorite things I've ever, like, gotten to do for a living, it's still exhausting sometimes. It's still important to take time off. Just got home from your fast food job at A&W Trade Secret. You boil yourselves in oil every day before your shift starts. See? That's what I'm talking about! Literally! That shit's harder than what I do. And even then, what I do is still exhausting. This would go here. Used to work fast food and you will never, ever, ever go back? Yeah, I, certainly can't blame you for that. Or anyone who feels that way. That is, part of why I never really want to go back to any job that has, like, customer service tech support type deal as, like, a significant chunk of it, because that was a decent bit of, like, my previous job before this one, and it, made me miserable all the time. And so I guess in that regard, I am very thankful that I did have the chance to, like, extremely pivot away from that, This would be the 4, this would be the 2. There were parts of that job I really liked, and all the parts of that job I really liked were the parts that, you know, didn't involve me having to sit on a phone and have, you know, someone get mad at me personally specifically because, they did something bad to their computer and now their business is failing because of it. That wasn't even what I was really hired to do initially. It's just what ended up happening because that was what was needed. And it was part of it, but it wasn't like the thing. I don't want to talk about my old job anymore. And I also can't talk about some of it because of, NDA stuff. But, I guess, in retrospect, it is very funny that, consistently and constantly, like, the... like, most... the, like, most, I guess, affable, is affable the right word? The most, like, friendly and understanding, people that I had to deal with on the regular were people, who, like, their like, system infrastructure, was literally there to save people's lives. And they were very much like, listen, we know this shit's hard, do what you got to, we're here if you need any help with that. Thanks for what you're doing. And then, consistently, like, the worst people were just, like... I don't know, someone just, like, trying to sell shit off of, like... an Amazon resale thing or whatever. Did like my coworkers a lot. They were really nice. Didn't talk to them very much because I was shy, but they were good people. There we go. I said I wasn't going to talk about that, and now I'm talking about that. Weird. No, this has got to be a 2. There we go. I try not to talk about it too much, just because, like... I mean, aside from the stuff that I'm legally not allowed to talk about that I don't talk about, I don't know, I don't want the space to be too negative and me just, like, talking about bad stuff, what I had to deal with, you know? it's preaching to the choir. Y'all already know how rough shit can be when you're working, like, you know, service people-facing jobs. You don't need me to keep talking about that. This will go here. Let's talk about something else instead. Dinner? I had a good dinner. I had some soup. It was like a vegetarian chicken noodle soup that I got from a local grocery store. It was good. I've had it a couple times. I'm still not quite sure what they use for their, like, chicken stand-in, where it's like, it doesn't quite taste and feel like chicken, but it doesn't have to. It tastes good. It has a good texture. I haven't looked at the ingredients list yet, so I don't know what they use for it. What's my experience with Dark Souls 2 been like so far? Well, I only played it once, a couple of weeks ago. But, I mean, I had a good time with it. You know, when you're streaming a Souls game, making that your first experience with it. Thank you, Marth Mega, for the 11 months.
Which cross did you pick?
This one. Funny enough. Thanks for the resub, I appreciate it. You know, when you... Am I vegetarian? No, I'm not, but, I've been trying to, like, get more into the habit of, like, preparing more vegetarian dishes, just because I realized I have quite a few friends that are, and I want to be able to cook for them. I like cooking. I like cooking for friends. And also just, like, the soups that I get from my local grocery store that are just, like, you know, pre-made, pre-packaged, ready to eat. Those all just happen to be vegetarian, so it's like, yeah, sure, these are good. I'll eat them. What was I saying? Oh yeah, you know, when you choose something like a Souls game to be, like, your first playthrough as, like, a stream, games like that can attract a certain crowd, and they can tend to be kind of rowdy. And so, you know, you kind of have to deal with that and everything that entails, and I don't know what it is about Souls games specifically that just makes a lot of people come in that are like, oh, this is my opinion of the game, this is what I think about it, now I'm gonna do my damnedest to make you feel the exact same way I do, and it's like... But why? You could just let me play it. But even then, I'm still having a fun time with it. It seems like a neat game that tries to do some neat stuff. This has to be a 2 for sure, which means this is a 2 and this is a 1. And this one will go here. There we go. I'm excited to go a little deeper into it. I'm not a super big fan of what's the stat? What's the stat? ADP or something like that? The one that's like what gives you actual, like, better dodges and stuff. I think making that a stat you have to level up is a little odd. But I suppose, you know, it's just a matter of understanding the systems the game wants you to play with and using those, so... I remember I had a couple of friends who were like, man, I'm surprised that you haven't, like, leveled that stat up at all and you just, like, went right for, like, strength and stuff, and I was just like... Well, I didn't know I should have done that. I just wanted my stats up so I could power stance my fists. I'm excited to play more. I had a moment at the end of my last stream where it was like I was starting to feel really fatigued because I had been, you know, streaming for a while. And you know, it's just kind of the nature of a game like that where it's, you know, you kind of bang your head against something for long enough, you start to get tired of it. That's just kind of how a lot of the Souls games go, except for arguably Elden Ring, just because of how it's an open world game. And so if you're having an issue there, you can just go somewhere else, which I think is pretty cool. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so I was like, you know, yeah, I should probably, you know, hop off now, take a break. And then I stopped playing, and I kind of realized, like a combination of, like, wait, but what if I did this thing next time? Oh, but wait, what if I go for this thing next time? Wait, I never went to this whole area. I could just go there. Maybe there's something else there that'll be good. Like, all kinds of stuff like that. And then it was, like, literally 30 minutes after I had stopped the stream, and I was like, oh, god damn it, I want to play more now. Which is, honestly, the biggest problem of, you know, playing Souls games with a schedule that I do, where it's like, you know, I only really play it once a week, where it's kind of like, oh, god damn it, but I want to play more of it. Oh, but I want to play more of it. Oh, I want to play more now. I had that problem with Dark Souls 1. I remember, like, pretty much every single Dark Souls 1 stream, I would wrap up, and I would be like, yeah, that was a good stream, time to, like, take a break for a while. And then I would be sitting for, like, you know, a couple of minutes just taking her easy, and then just realizing, like, oh, fuck, I want to play more Dark Souls. It's a good game, I think. Space 1, space... This would have to be filled in. There we go. And it's been fun, playing with the fists, and I know some people aren't hot on, like, durability in video games. I think it can be fun. I think it can be a fun sort of limitation to have to play around with. I liked it in Breath of the Wild. It doesn't seem like it's bad in Dark Souls 2. Because, you know, I enjoy the whole sort of like, oh, okay, well, here's a mechanical system that's kind of like forcing you to have to play around with other things. And so I like the idea of, like, you know, I go in big with the fists, and then, like, well, what if I don't want those to, like, wear out durability-wise? Well, then I can have, like, another weapon on tap. Okay, what's another good thing to have? What if I just have, like, a mace or a club or something, you know? That's also fun, blunt damage, smack-a-whack a big strength melee. But also, you know, it's got, like, a wider sweep, it's got more range, it could maybe presumably also, like, crush people that are turtling up and trying to shield block a little better than just, like, punching them would. I think that's neat. I think that's neat. I don't understand why Animal Crossing has durability. Other than, well, we have the crafting system now, so you can craft them, but it's like... I don't really want to have to worry or care about that in an Animal Crossing game. The crafting is fun for furniture, but when it's like, oh, but now, by the way, you have to use it for tools, it's like... Man, what? Shadow Tower, one of From's PS1 dungeon crawlers, had a really intense durability system that was actually really fun because it made you use literally every weapon you picked up, so you really got to play around with stuff. Huh. Interesting. Thank you, Sand, for the sand.
Water.
Much appreciated. I don't actually know a lot about, FromSoft's other video games outside of, like, The Souls and Sekiro, and then a little bit about, what's the mech series they did? Armored Core? Armored Core was FromSoft, right? I'm not misremembering. It's entirely possible I'm misremembering. Even then, I don't know a lot about, Armored Core. I just know, like, little bits and pieces. It seems neat. I might want to try an Armored Core game someday, but I don't know if any of them are on PC. I don't think I own any of the systems they were put on. Janky and obtuse, but fun atmospheres if you're willing to go along with their rules. Yeah, that's how I feel about Dark Souls, honestly. It's like, I mean, I guess you can argue the exact level of how obtuse, like, the Souls games are, and, like, Elden Ring and stuff like that. That's, I'm sure, a debatable point for a multitude of reasons. But it is kind of fun to, you know, just, like, go through it and be like, okay, what is the game telling me? How does it want me to play? What can I use to get through stuff like this? That kind of thing. I think that's fun. I think that's part of why I'm so interested in eventually playing Sekiro. I mean, aside from the fact that I heard, oh yeah, this is the game that's largely about parrying, and I heard that, and I was like, yes. But also it's the fact that, like, oh, okay, well, in Sekiro you just have your one weapon. You have the one weapon. You have your sword. And then, you know, you have, like, all your different tools along with that, like your ninja prosthetics and stuff like that, but, like, you just have the one weapon, and so it's like, you gotta just use that as well as your other tools that you got along with you. So, you know, like, just kind of figure out, okay, well, how does the game want you to play with just this, then? I think that sounds neat. Only semi-related, but there's too many games that can be abbreviated as AC. Yeah, that's, I'm sure plenty of people have noticed, and plenty of people have called attention to the fact that a lot of the times when I'm writing stuff out, I will, like, put the proper names of, like, you know, a game or a story or another piece of, you know, fiction or work, like, all spelled out in quote marks, and people will be like, hey, why are you doing that? That's weird. And it's specifically because I'm fed up of people treating my Twitter like it's fucking open mic night at the comedy club, and anytime I would abbreviate something, even if context clues were so dreadfully fucking obvious as to smack you directly in the face, some joker would be like, oh, haha, you said AC here? Are you talking about Animal Crossing? Are you even though you know you're talking about Valhalla and the stealth assassinations and stuff like that? Are you talking about Animal Crossing video game? I am very smart and very funny. Why aren't you laughing at me? And it's just like, I can't stand you. Shut the fuck up. Come on. This is maybe one of the most old woman yelling at cloud things I've ever said in my life, but, like, man, I wish when people used, online to try and, like, actually talk and say things instead of just, like, seeing someone, like, posting something and then going, ah, this is yet another opportunity for me to make jokes at them. Like, there's a time and a place for that. People do that all the time here, and then sometimes it's funny, and then sometimes I just tell them to ease off, but, like, man. Man. Yeah, this would go here. Okay. This would have to be crossed out, which means the 2 would go here. I gotta drink water. You love when someone who doesn't know you is rude to you in a playful way, but you don't have the report for it to be anything except rude. Yeah! I find anytime someone does that to me, I just kind of tell them, like, man, why the fuck are you talking to me like that? That's weird, don't do that. It usually either gets them to, like, you know, stop and think, oh, huh, yeah, sorry, or it, like, scares the shit out of them and then they just never talk to me again, which is like, okay, well, if you were gonna be like that anyways, I don't really care. Either that or they'll, like, decide they're gonna show their whole ass and be like, actually, it's fine to talk like this, and then it's just kind of like, okay, well, I already have no remorse in blocking people that annoy me on the internet. Now I especially have no more remorse. I stumbled on my words there, but it's okay. That used to happen to me all the fucking time, on like Tumblr years and years ago. And man, it was so fucking funny, when I, like, you know, like, publicly came out on there, and this is before I was, like, unknown anyone, I was just some random fucking person on the internet then, not to toot my own horn and act like I'm, like, hot shit famous or anything, but, like, this is back when I was, like, nobody. Like, basically no one knew me. And, like, it's very funny looking back and thinking on, like, how when I started, like, openly coming out, and, you know, still doing the same shit that I would do, before then, where I'm just trying to enforce my own boundaries, and people are like, man, when did you become such a bitch? Why are you being such a bitch? And it's like, I see. I see. I can have a laugh about it in retrospect, at least, but man, sometimes people really do be like that, huh? This off, and this, fill this in. But yeah, I don't want to dwell on it too much. Again, just like the old job stuff, it's like, I don't want to be overly negative on stream. I want to, like, try and provide a place for people to just, like, you know, come and relax and take their mind off shit. So, you know, apologies for that, I suppose. May you suggest a tip that will make something a tad easier? No thank you, but thank you for asking first instead of just saying it. I'm fine doing things like this. I do really like this, like, relaxing ambiance that you can just pick. I had no idea this was an option until now. I hadn't thought to check. Birds are having fun while I do Picross puzzles. It's awesome. This is literally the coolest thing for birds. They get to sit in the tree and they get to look at Picross. Birds are always doing this. Literally always doing this. Can you feed the birds? That's something you're better off asking your local park ranger than asking me. I don't know squat about your local ecosystem. Thank you, Frostios, for the resub.
I'm so happy for birds, truly.
Me too. Thank you for the 22 months. Much appreciated. Go. This is a 2, this is a 2, this is a 3, here's a 1, this is a 1, this is a 7, that's a 1 there, this is a 3, this is a 2, this is a 2, this is a 2, which means this would go here, and this would go here, fill in this block of 7, there we go, this would go here, this is a 1 and this is a 4, awesome, awesome, this is a 3, which means this one would have to go here, so this is our 4 here, and our 2 would have to go here in part. This is our 3, so we block all these off. This is a 2. This is a 2. This is a 1, which means this is all done, which means this would go here. And this is all done. Here's a 7 and a 1. This goes here. This bit is all done. Why do castles have ramparts? Genetics, I assume. I don't know much about castle biology, so I couldn't really tell you. I don't know, I would assume there was some at some point, evolutionary adaptation to the species having ramparts. But again, not much of a biologist. My speciality is, acting and computer science. Castles are scary, they just pop out of the ground one day. I mean, that's what worms do. Are you scared of worms too? Worms only want to be your friend. And also to shit in the soil. It's literally the only things they want. They literally love it so much. Moles too. You're scared of worms, but that's your problem. Jesus, for a second, Val, I thought you said you're scared of women, but that's your problem. And I was like, what? Why are you bringing that up? I am very glad I didn't say that at first, and clarified that with, oh, I misread it, but... Am I a fish? No, I'm a Twitch streamer. It's kind of the same thing, but not quite. Yippee! Next up. Five. This is 9, so we fill in most of it. This would have to be connected. These were not connected. These are connected. These are not connected. These are also not connected. These are also not connected. So this is blocked out. This is a 4. Here's our 3. Wrong button. There we go. You go down here. Pickles are good. Man, I could go for a pickle right now. I mean, not right now. Right now I'm streaming and I'm not really hungry. I just like the taste of pickles. I can't decide what I'm getting for dinner tomorrow. I'm either getting a hot dog or a cheeseburger. I think I'm gonna get a burger and I can get pickles on it. It's a shame that a pickle can't be a meal. I mean, it can. It's just, you know, your doctor might not be happy about the amount of sodium you're intaking. I mean, I don't know. My doctor doesn't pay my subscription fee. Pickles have sodium? Yes! The brine is salt and vinegar. Among other things. They are, quite high in sodium, generally. And I am waiting so patiently for everyone to freak out because of the words that I... There we go! There we go! Right on time! I called it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I don't know, I just think the idea of saying you don't pay my sub, in contexts that have nothing to do with an MMO, or anything with a subscription fee, is very funny. Listen, you need to understand, Mist, that every single time the opportunity in my brain comes up for me to say something, or to say something in a different way that includes the word among, that I know if I go for the opportunity, everyone in chat is gonna lose their minds and freak out and, like, you know, flail their hands around and, like, upend garbage cans and, like, throw cars around and set things on fire, and it's gonna be awesome. I am the puppet master, and you're dancing on my strings here. I feel like I have complete immunity, for whatever reason, to the siren song of seeing things that look like funny Among Us. And so I use this to torment, my friends. And it's fun. You're a little sleepy to flip cars as throwing an empty can, okay? That works just fine, my friend. Also, howdy, Frankie. Hope you're doing well today. I'm just Manchurian candidating you. I prefer to think of it as Pavlov's dogging you. Pavlov? Pavlov? I'm ringing the bell that makes you think about Among Us, and so you start drooling. That's a funny chicken nugget emote. it probably is spelled Pavlov given the spelling, but also saying it Pavlov sounds good to me, even if it's wrong. It's kind of like, there's a term that you see sometimes in, like, tabletop gaming and, like, wargaming circles that's called grognard, and it is French. And it originally means, like, you know, an old soldier that's part of, like, that was, like, originally part of, like, one specific regiment that, like, Napoleon had. And then eventually just started, you know, applying to, like, an old soldier. And then in modern parlance started being used as slang for, like, people that are really into, like, old war games, which is, like, kind of cute in a way, you know, the idea of describing someone who just has a preference for, like, an old version of, like, Warhammer or Dungeons & Dragons as, like, you know, a grizzled veteran of, like, old campaigns. And it's a French word, so it's pronounced grognard. But because it's spelled Grognard, a lot of people who don't know French will, like, primarily know English will, like, understandably pronounce it grognard. And that's a really, really funny way of pronouncing it. And so I like saying it like that anyways, because it's funny. It sounds good. You had no idea it was French? Now you know. You are contractually obligated to learn at least one new thing every time I stream Picross. You're Quebecois, never heard that word? I mean, I'm Quebecois too. It's not like a Quebecois French word, it's like very much an old France French word. I just, you know, learned primarily that it was a French word at first. And then, you know, chose to call it grognard anyways because it's funny.
Let's see what TTS thinks. Grognard. Boneyard. Bogyard.
Grognard. Great stuff. Great stuff. Thank you, TTS, and thank you for the tip. 1 minute on the clock, another Picross down. Give me a sec, I gotta turn a light on in my room. There we go. You have a question as an Albertan who knows nothing of Quebec. I can maybe answer that for you. But you have to promise in exchange that you give me an Alberta fact. I don't care if it's a fact I already know, you just have to give me an Alberta fact. But I could maybe try answering a question for you. Thank you, Pteroid, for the tip.
I have the stream on audio only, and for some reason, no matter what, I keep thinking the level cleared music is a donation alert or something.
That would be a fun alert, wouldn't it? Thank you, Prototype 777.
Hello, Pip. Nice to meet you.
I'm glad everyone likes my new bird. Thank you for the resub, I appreciate it. Do people learn French alongside English just like in life, or do you start learning French in school in grade 5 or 6 like you did? So, that's kind of an interesting question to answer just because, like, it's largely based on, legislation, for schools. When I was growing up, learning French was like, I want to say as early as, like, kindergarten, basically. And so, you know, even if you went to an English school, you still took French lessons because, you know, Quebec is still a primarily French, province. Even if it is, you know, technically, legally, bilingual, English and French. It's primarily French first and foremost, so they want you to have a good grasp of that from a young age. And so it was like, oh, here's this thing that we're doing just because, it would be good for English first language kids to know and to have. I might be wrong here. This might have just been like rumblings of something they like proposed and then never actually went through with doing. So take what I say with a grain of salt. A lot of the time I do end up just kind of like only really looking into the exact specifics of Quebecois politics when I really need to, because most of the time I'm just super frustrated with how our government doesn't really care about a lot of people here. But anyways, which, you could maybe argue maybe isn't the greatest thing to do when, you want the law to change as you want to try and be more politically savvy. But, man, I'm just trying to fucking live sometimes, Anyways, like, I don't know if it actually ever ended up happening, but I know there was talking about how, like, they were thinking of making it, like, mandatory for all students to go to French schools. And then they would maybe have, like, English lessons alongside that, but everything would be primarily in French. Unless you met, like, certain weird specific, like, criteria. That had to do with, like, your legal status and how long you had been living in Quebec, and, like, what type of school specifically you had gone to, and whether that made your child, like, eligible to go to, like, a similar school or something like that. It was some dumb horse shit that ended up playing into even more stuff that they were using to spin as, like, anti-immigration propaganda, and it was just, like... I don't actually know if it got passed into law, but my god, it was horse shit. Feels weird to you? Yup, that's a lot of laws, here that are, thrown up in, like, debates about the law, talking about, we must protect the sanctity of the French language and culture here, and it is all, like, pretty blatantly just, like, the right-wing parties in power are being, kind of mask off about how they're really only looking out for, like, the white middle-aged population here, basically. Isn't there a Quebec-wide student protest today? I'm not sure. I know I heard some stuff about, how, like, a bunch of English, CJEPs, or, like, a couple, or maybe just one, I don't know, some amount of, I guess for people that don't know about, Quebec schools here, CJEP is, like, the equivalent of college, basically. That's all you need to know, and, like, there was, like, something about funding they were going to be getting, and then the government decided at the last second, actually, no, we're not going to. We're just going to pull a bunch of the money that we were originally going to give you. And so, a bunch of students and teachers understandably went, no, that's bullshit. That sets, like, a terrifying precedent. You can't just do that. And so, like, in a very short amount of time, like, in a matter of days, like, like, petitions and, like, planned protests and stuff were talked about. I don't know if anything immediate's come out of that. Lord, I hope something does. All power to the folks, trying to fight against this stuff. I, like, tried to look into, like, if there was anything I could do specifically. And at least in terms of, like, the petition stuff, it was very much like, oh, no, you can really only, like, get involved in this if you're, like, actively still a student, and it was like... But why? I was formerly a student. Formerly, not formally. I feel like I should still have a say in this. I went through these systems, I know the importance of them. But yeah, it's, bad. I've talked about it a couple of times, but it's legislation around Quebec is very, very frustrating, and basically does nothing to serve you as a citizen, unless you meet a very narrow definition of what they consider a citizen to be. And yet our premier insists that systemic racism isn't a thing. It's not a thing that exists here in Quebec, because he looked at a dictionary and he looked up what the word systemic means. It's bad. Like, complete fucking clown shoes stuff. Oh, I put a 5 here by accident. There we go. There we go. Is it Quebec that has the weird problem with construction companies obstructing people's stores? I'm not sure. But I know Quebec sure has its own issues of corruption in the construction industry. There have been, like, you know, years-long trials and investigations about, collusion about, like, construction work and bridge work and road work, and how about a lot of specific things that happened, and, like, contract decisions, and also the quality of the work specifically done, was literally just to line the pockets of a couple executives, and resulted in, like, really, really poor quality workmanship for, like, public infrastructure. It's pretty bad. Did I do something wrong? Oh, I forgot to cross all these out. Get rid of these. There we go. Get rid of these. The idea that you can't blame the system is so pervasive it's frightening. Yep. That's, certainly a feeling I get about living here. Thank you, Unofficially Jam, for the 22 months.
What if Picross with circles? Really makes you wonder how...
I think that's called bubble wrap. I think they call this bubble wrap. Thank you for the resub, I appreciate it. People have pointed it out before, but it's severely fucked up how Canada sends out the image of we're the kindest, most polite country, and then it's like that. It's funny you bring that up. I was literally about to mention something about that. It is, deeply frustrating. It is also deeply frustrating, like, not only is this, like, a thing that, like, a bunch of Canadians will, you know, try and tell foreigners to, like, I don't fucking know why. But, like, this is a thing that people that live here will tell themselves. They don't have to think about any of the problems here. So they don't have to think about any of the systems of inequality. And it's just, like, I don't want to veer too much into this, because I really don't think, like, the world needs another fucking white woman on the internet preaching about this shit. But, like, man, it fucking sucks. It's fucking bad about how people refuse to acknowledge, like, Canada's many, many problems. Like, fuck, you have all these people talking about, you know, preserving, like, the importance and the sanctity of Quebec's cultural heritage, and, like, you goddamn know well, literally none of that debate ever affords, like, even an inch of space to talk about, you know, like, the natives living here. Or, like, you know, their culture, or their rights, or the way they're treated. Even though that is, you know, a hugely important hot-button issue in Canada, where, like, a lot of our fucking, like, politicians will talk about how, oh yeah, we care about this a lot. This is an important thing that we need to, like, you know, address and look into. And then, you know, election day comes and passes and they get elected and then nothing ever, like, happens with that. And it's like, fuck, it's so fucking frustrating. This would have to go here, and this would go here. Glad people have at least stopped thirsting over Trudeau. Oh god, that was fucking miserable, wasn't it? I have some fucking hot opinions about Justin Trudeau that I don't want to really go into, just because, again, I feel like I've said this like 5 fucking times, but I guess this is just the mood of tonight's stream, is just, you know, sometimes you gotta talk about hard shit and heavy shit, but, like, man, it was so fucking uncomfortable. There was just this very long period, where, like, you know, people were just kind of, the only thing they really had to say about our Prime Minister was the fact that they thought he was young and hot, and it's like, okay, I feel like there are more valuable and important things that could be talked about in a lot of different ways. It was, real weird. People thirsting over politicians sucks in general, but that shit was weird and dreadful. Yeah, especially because, like, in this, like, specific case, that, like, had the weird, like, conclusion of, like, when people started talking about the Justin Trudeau blackface stuff, they felt, like, invested to defend him because they thought he was, like, their epic woobified politician or whatever. It was just like, man, you really don't need to do that, though. You in fact literally do not need to do that. Hey. You're sick, so thanks for Picross to brighten the day, even if this is our topic. Again, I'm sorry that the topic of conversation just keeps happening to veer into, like, more stuff like this, but, I don't know, I feel like it's important to talk about stuff like this sometimes. I did something wrong here. Let's try... this? There we go. But yeah, if anyone ever tells you, that, like, you know, Canada is this, like, you know, wonderful bastion of, hope and freedom and equality where, like, you know, there's no problems at all and we're nothing like the United States, they're either telling you a bold-faced lie, or they believe it and you should fucking run. Like, man, I'm not even getting into the shit about, like, trans people here. I don't want to think about that because that would make me even more depressed than I already am thinking about this. I mean, at least in some regards, stuff like that is better than some places in the United States, but, like, that's not a terribly high bar, unfortunately. This 3 would have to go here. go. Being better than another place does not equal being absolved of its huge problems. Yep. And, you know, when you say that out loud, it sounds so obvious, but, like... some people don't get it for whatever reason. Taught yourself how to shave? Hey, hell yeah! I already did this one. No, I already did this one. Drink of water. Also, there's the Nazi statues in Ontario and Alberta. There are? Man, I didn't even know about that specifically. Man. Statue in Ontario dedicated to an SS Waffen platoon. Jesus. But why? Maybe that's a question I don't really need to know the answer to, because it doesn't change the fact that it's there. On a wholly unrelated note, I remember friends of mine in the UK were talking about, there was, like, some statues there of, like, some shithead or another. And the statues kept, like, being constantly vandalized and, like, torn down. Understandably so, because, again, it was a statue of some shithead who I don't quite remember. I don't think it was the Thatcher statue. I'm thinking of something else here, I think. And, like, people kept, like, you know, like, taking it down and doing shit to it and, like, throwing it into, like, a river and stuff like that, to the point where, like, eventually, the people in charge of, you know, like, city property and stuff, eventually just went, like, okay, fuck it. We're going to leave this, like, torn down the way it is, and then we're going to put a plaque here about, you know, the shit this person did and why people keep trying to tear the statue down in response to that. You know, wholly unrelated. I just thought that was an interesting anecdote to bring up. I think there might have been something similar that happened, in, some parts of Canada, or I think it was, I want to say statues of, John A. MacDonald, which is, apologies for getting my Canadian history wrong, but I want to say that he was one of the, like, you know, founding fathers of the nation of Canada as we know it today, which, you know, is its own whole fucking can of worms with regards to, like, you know, the rights and sovereignty of the native population. But also I think, you know, he had, like, a history of being just, like, kind of a horrible dude, and so, like, statues of him kept getting, like, you know, taken down and, like, vandalized and stuff like that. And, you know, for reasons that are probably, like, simple enough to understand, I can't stand here and, like, you know, advocate for that or tell people to do that shit. You know, you gotta look out for yourself, while trying to look out for others, but, every time I do hear about stuff like that, it does make me smile at least a little bit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these would go here. Oh, I can just fill all this in. Okay. So this is already here. Hope the Columbus statue in your city gets thrown into Lake Michigan. Man, it's fucking wild. That, like, even to this day, with all the shit that people, like, actively now publicly know about, Columbus, is, like, you know, like, much more easily accessible public knowledge. Now that people have thrown up enough of a shit fit about it that, like, you know, education systems have stopped trying to, like, downplay it or whatever, that, like, those statues are, like, still up. And, like... I'm sure someone out there, maybe not necessarily anyone watching my stream, I would hope, but someone out there probably just being like, oh, well, like, you know, what do you just do to, like, all that, that infrastructure? I don't know. You take down the statue, you commission a new one, you take the 2 last letters of Columbus away, and you add an O at the end. There you go, make a Columbo statue. Or, like, literally anything. Literally fucking anything. There you go. Thank you, Calder Gaming, for the 7 months.
One more thing.
Much appreciated. God, it was really fucking funny. The other day, I've been going through, like, Star Trek, the original series, with some friends, and it's been a lot of fun. We watch it under the pretext of, like, well, this show was made in the 60s, and, you know, there's certain connotations with that. If some bad shit happens that we don't want to deal with, we're just gonna skip the episode. Which we've done once or twice, but there was one episode, where they went to, like... They got stranded on some planet because of, like, a weird gravitational magnetic effect or something. And one of the, like, little runabouts they went out there with was, like, called the Columbus. And I was just kind of like, oh, wait, right, this was in the 60s. That's back when people were, like, you know... Like, the white American population at large was very much, like, ignorant about that for one reason or another. And so it was like, man, I forgot again that this is an old show, and then we all just kind of went, what if we just read that as the Columbo instead, named after one of, you know, Earth's greatest historic heroes? So at least we got to have a laugh about that.
22? 22?
Why is it saying it like that?
It comes after 11. Thanks for being wonderful for very, very close to 2 years.
Why was it so, like, exasperated? 22? 22? Thank you for the resub, much appreciated. Thanks for sticking around for almost a whole goddamn year. Much appreciated. Thank you, Carnolis, for the 19 months.
19? 19? That's right.
It didn't quite say that with the same inflection, and I don't understand why. What's different about 22? Thank you very much, though. I do appreciate it. More. it is about playing and streaming Picross that makes me just want to get into, like, topics about, like, you know, anti-capitalism and human rights. I feel like I, like, make a joke about this every time I stream Picross and end up going in that direction, but it's like, for real, why does it keep happening? Go. I'm sure this is 1 and this will be a 2. Yippee! Higher the GTS goes in number, the more exasperated it should sound. Just fucking destroyed over 222! The one number that makes the GTS just start openly sobbing and weeping. Hey, thank you for the bits, generic fire demon. Oh, I just realized there's a hype train going on in there. Thanks for the subs and stuff, y'all. It is much appreciated. What even was that, Picross? It's a smaller part of the greater whole, is what it was. Can't believe I just said whole and didn't just go whole. I must be losing my touch. Ugh, I must be slipping. 2, 3, 4, get rid of these. This will go here. There we go. You literally thought that, but you didn't want to be the annoying HLVRAI person. Listen. I appreciate the thought, but at this point, me saying whole is completely separated from just the funny Half-Life show. It's just a thing I say. That's just a thing that I said as the character, because that's a thing I say. Granted, I can say that about a fair few things I did in that, given how the whole crux of it was just we're fucking around with our friends in Gary's mod, but like... I just like saying whole. I still think sometimes about, how in the, like, YouTube cut of, HLVR, Wayne cut out the bit where I said something about my penis weenus because he fucking hates it. It does make me laugh thinking about that. I don't even know why it's so funny to me, but just the thought of someone going, "Why, my penis weenus, of course," is just so funny to me. I think it says more about me as a person than anything. I love this serene, beautiful bird music happening while I'm just talking about penis weenus. 12 seconds, there we go. I know everyone likes to, like, have a laugh about the Act 2 commentary for HLVR and how my mic was, like, deep-fried for that, and, like... I'm not gonna be out here saying, no, you can't find that funny, because it is kind of funny, but, it does mostly just kind of embarrass me in retrospect. It wasn't even my fault, it was a fucking Windows update that reset my mic volume, but man... It was just kind of like, oh, fuck's sake. I'm already bad enough at dealing with audio stuff. I don't like having that be worse, you know? Two here, two here. This goes here. So this goes here, which means this is all done. We put this down here. The 3 goes here. All done. Listening to a podcast yesterday where a host admitted she had her mic backwards for 9 months. Ooh, yeah, that'll get you, huh? Four seconds. Easy every time. Great. Didn't even know a mic can be backwards? Yeah, there's a certain way you're meant to have it, you know, angled and directed at you to best pick up your voice. Wrong button, there we go. They are literally playing game. They are literally playing croquet. They are literally having a lot of fun, laughing, smiling, and playing. You don't even understand how awesome and special this is. You literally don't. It's ridiculous. This changes everything. So this is a 6, and this is a 4, which means this is a 2. This is a 1, which means this is a 3, and this would be a 4. So this is a 1, this is a 1, this is a 2, this is a 1. This is a 3. This was a 2 here, then we couldn't fit the 3, so this has to be the 2, which means this bit would go here. This is a 1. Awesome. Get rid of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the 2 would have to go here, which means this is a 7, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2. Awesome. This is a 3. This is a 3, this is a 3, which means these would have to be connected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so this is a 2. This is a 1. This would have to be 2 and 5. Which means you're all done, you're all done, you're all done. This would have to be a 2. I just got really deep in Picross mode for a second, so you'll have to bear with me while I'm not looking at the chat room. Be good! Don't say anything bad while I'm focusing on numbers, okay? Don't leave the stove on. You go check to make sure the stove's not on. Don't burn anything. You don't want to burn anything when Picross is happening. Or ever, but... You know, especially when Picross is happening. How long have I been playing? Do you mean just like today, or in general? In general, I guess a couple of years. Today, 2 hours and 31 minutes and 46 seconds, give or take 15 minutes or so. I did just look over and see that someone had to auto-mod for someone talking about massive nads. Oh, you're talking about the Dark Souls 2 enemy. Okay. Never mind, that's cool. They did have huge balls nuts, is the thing. It was very funny. Thank you, Kevok93, for the 20-month resub. Much appreciated.
Haha, funny number go apply Mzowo.
Thank you very much. Man, I really do gotta get off my ass and make a 24-month badge. I could go the route of having it just be like Pip or something, now that I have a second bird. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about it. Can't fucking swear on this stream? Oh, I'm sorry. It's over. And I hope you can find it in your heart to fucking forgive me. One day. Man, I kind of want to try to make a concerted, not a conceited effort, a concerted effort to maybe try and swear a little bit less. 1, 2, 3, 2. Thank you, Gashapon Clan.
11.
That's a very good username, by the way. Thanks for the resub, I appreciate it. And thank you, Soda Pop Sergeant, for the 20 months.
What? That's a lot of moths. I hope you are having a good day.
I am.
Smile.
I hope you're having a good day, too. It's always kind of wild to me seeing a resub come up and, like, recognizing a name that I have seen around since, like, some of the earlier days of me streaming and just being like, my god. You're still here after all this time? Thank you. This would have to go here for sure. Four is all done, so the 2 goes here, so this would go here. This 2's done. This 1's done. Yippee! Can Pip do a backflip? I don't know. There's not really any quote-unquote lore for my new bird. I just wanted Vivi to have a friend because I literally, genuinely, last night, I was just thinking about house sparrows, and I was like, man, I should draw another bird. And then straight up, I just sat there, and I was already feeling some kind of way emotionally. You know how it is sometimes. Then I was like, oh no, BB's all alone in my computer. They don't have a friend, they're lonely! And so now they have a friend. think the 24-month badge should be Pip riding BB's head like a mecha. The sub-badges are like 20 by 20 pixels. It would not fit. It is a frustratingly limited, like, palette. Not palette, but, like, canvas that you have to work with. It is exceedingly small. It is a miracle that Duke was able to get fucking anything to work for them. Bless his heart, but there was a lot of back and forth, like, hey, I like the idea of this, Twitch makes this look like dog shit. This will go here, this will go here. This would be this. Discord emotes are hard enough to get right at that size. I don't even know what the limitations are for Discord emotes. I just, like, plop in whatever I got for my Twitch ones, and Discord tends to go like, yeah, okay, that's good enough. And thank fucking God for that! I wouldn't want to have to worry about another place where I have emoticons. I think I would just go to bed. I think I would just go to bed. There we go. Hey, Treb. We are doing some Picross. Kind of wanted to take her easy stream-wise this week. Because I want to take some time off next week, and I didn't quite want to take 2 weeks off, so I was just like, I'll just do some stuff that's, like, you know, a little more laid back. You know, like, Dark Souls 2. You know, that very relaxed Zen thing that people like. Dark Souls. That one. That's what I think of when I think of taking it easy. And I'm not allowed to tell you if I'm, like, joking or not, because I might be completely serious about this. You'll never know. You'll never know. Unless I just outright tell you that I'm being serious about it. But you'll never know. There is something kind of meditative about playing the Souls games. You know, in the same way as, you know, like you would watch a cartoon and simply laugh and smile when the Bugs Bunny's on screen. In that sort of way. You literally think about the bearer of the curse meme all the time, and you just found out last night that's the Dark Souls 2 pro tag. Yeah, I was surprised when I did my EULA stream for Dark Souls 2. I named it, like, Bearer of the Curse License Agreement. Everyone was like, what curse? What bear? And I was just like, do you not know? It's the thing from Dark Souls 2. It's the thing. It's the thing they say. The thing they call you. You know, it's like how in Elden Ring they call you the Tarnished, and how in Bloodborne they call you that weird bloody dickhead. What's this chap's problem? Why is he speared in blood, eh? I saw a very funny post. I don't even remember who made it. I saw it some time ago and didn't think to, like, save it or favorite it or anything. It did make me smile, and it was something along the lines of, like, Elden Ring is the beautiful ethereal dream that you are Welsh, and Bloodborne is the horrific waking nightmare of getting out of bed and realizing you are British. Or something like that. Something about that specifically got me. Welsh characters in FromSoft games are consistently great. Yeah, I just have a soft spot for, you know, like, Welsh voice work in games. It makes me smile to see, it makes me happy. It's a good type of voice, it's a good accent. What's that one character in Xenoblade Chronicles 2? Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is... It's a game I have some opinions on. Thank you, Jiljig, for the 19 months.
Hey, did you know? It's 19.
I did know.
Smile.
Thank you for the 19, I appreciate it. It's a game I have some fucking opinions about. And, I have some feelings as well about the, like... the voice direction of the dub. At least, like, the bits that I've heard. Or I think some of it is fun, and then some of it just kind of feels... odd. It's horny and that's weird? That is not at all weird to me, knowing what some of the other Xeno games are, but... I suppose it maybe caught people a little off guard after Xenoblade the first one. Anyways, there's like a Welsh cat girl in it, and I like her voice. I also like her character because I feel like it's really easy to read her as like a... you know, an allegory for being a trans woman. Which I think is also fun. Nia, that was it. Thank you. It's weird that they made it a gacha game without money. It sure is. I don't really understand why that's what they went for. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is one of those games that's like... I feel like maybe someday, if I find it on sale, I might pick it up, but I don't want to play it until after I play and finish the first one anyways. Trans women see any woman character and say, this is mine now? No, it's not even that! And I'm not being fussy about you, because I know this is just you talking about a thing that you do, but like, I mean, one, that's not really a thing I do personally, too. It's not even just like going, oh, I like her, that means I'm gonna project onto her because of that. I mean, I do that sometimes, I'll be honest. People, that's just humans, people do that. But, like, I'm not gonna get into it in case someone's trying to avoid fucking Xenoblade 2 spoilers. But, like, there is stuff about her character, and, like, who she is as a person in that universe that feels like... It doesn't feel like a stretch to read into it as, like, oh yeah, this is, you know, them making a trans character without outright going, oh yeah, and by the way, she is transgender, or whatever. I feel like it works. Anyways, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is a game that I have some thoughts about, and it's also the kind of game where I do really want to try it for myself someday. But also, my god, I am still on the fence about that, so... More than that, I do want to play the first one, the first Xenoblade Chronicles. I played, you know, chunks of that, ages and ages ago and really quite liked it. think it might be fun to peck into eventually. It's also the kind of game where I think I might want to have, like, someone on board to, like, hang out while I play it, just because, like... It's a very large JRPG, those get kind of long and meandering, and, like, that can... If you're trying to stream it, that can be kind of exhausting unless you have someone else to, like, bounce stuff off of, you know? Didn't they announce Xenoblade 3? They did? I think that was, like, the Nintendo Direct where, like, partway through I was like, ah, shit, I gotta go eat dinner. And then I just never watched the rest of it, so I don't know what else was on that one. But I do remember hearing about that, so... And they made it very much look like, it is a direct link to, Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and 2, which is... interesting, because they're linking it to both at the same time. I don't know if there's any plot reason for that, or if it's just because it would be cool. If there is a plot reason, you know why. It's probably a spoiler, so don't tell me. Less for my own sake and more for the sake of, you know, someone else that might be trying to avoid spoilers, but, you know, knowing the little that I know, that seems like a neat idea on paper. I don't have enough stake in the franchise to know if I would like it. You know, just, like, at a glance. And also, it's not out yet, so I especially don't know what I feel about it, because it doesn't exist. As far as I'm concerned, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is a trailer, and it's a trailer I haven't even seen yet, so... I think another game that I'm, like, fascinated with, but that I feel more firmly on the side of, like, I don't think I'm ever going to play this, is, Xenogears. Which is, you know, another game in the sort of Xeno... I don't know if series is the right word, because aside from, like, the Xenoblade games having much more direct links, but I guess, like, a lot of them are, like, sort of spiritual successions to one another. Thank you, Trilobite Blessing, for the 13 months. Much appreciated.
13 months. Wow. 13-month subs can summon a two funny birds Zerl during battles, right?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 13-month subs can summon the two funny birds IRL during battles? Probably not, but I mean, I haven't checked. Anyways. Xenogears is, like... this weird, ambitious, like, sci-fi, I don't know if space opera is the right word, but, like, I feel like epic is the right word for what they wanted to do with it. Thank you, Eagle Full Metal, for the 10 months.
10 months, like a nice ripe cheese. Yummy.
Yeah.
Yummy.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. And there's something about how, like, Xenogears specifically, was fully intended. They were never able to capitalize on this just because, you know, like, money and things like that, but Xenogears, the video game, was, like, the only work that was released for this alleged series. It was intended to be, like, part 4 of, like, I don't know, 5 or 7 or something like that. And it was, you know, it was meant to be the first one released, but then there was supposed to be, like, a bunch of prequels and sequels to it or something like that, which is, like... I can respect the guts to do that. It's so fucking funny, and then it just completely was never able to happen. So there's just all this shit in there that's like, I expanded on in the sense of like, well, this is, you know, a plot point in a video game that's trying to be allegorical about something. Whether or not that's successful is, you know, up for debate. I only know bits and pieces about it. I watched someone else play through it. Do I mean Xenosaga? No! I mean Xenogears! I'm pretty sure Xenogears is the one that was meant to be, like, a multi-part series. I think Xenosaga was them going, like, okay, let's take some of the ideas of things that we wanted to do for, like, the other Gears that never were, and let's make something out of that. That, like, ended up being its own thing. I'm pretty sure. It's entirely possible that I'm mixing up Xenosaga and Xenogears here, but I'm pretty sure, that Gears was the one where they really wanted to, like, make, multiple games, then only made the one. They also maybe wanted to do that with Xenosaga as well. It's entirely possible that they just tried to do that again for both of them. That wouldn't surprise me, given how, like, the Xeno games, like, unless they have the same name, like, you know, the multiple Xenosagas, and the multiple Xenoblades are, like, you know, directly related to one another in one way or another, and then other than that, they're just kind of, like, spiritual successors to one another in ways. But man, the fucking ambition on that is, like, wildly impressive, if maybe a little bit inadvisable. Xenogears was supposed to be episode 5 specifically of the saga. Right, there you go. So I wasn't misremembering. Okay. Funny, because it actually works really well as a standalone game and doesn't even have any sequel hooks. Right, like... In the state that it was released, it did at least feel like a complete thing. I watched, like, most of someone else stream through it, and they had some thoughts about, you know, how it was a wild and weird, meandering JRPG of the 90s. And so, you know, admittedly, maybe that's colored my opinion of it somewhat, which, that's just kind of what happens. When you listen to other people talking about things, and sometimes some of what they say rubs off on you. But... God, it's such a wild thing that exists, and I don't know if I ever want to play it myself. Originally a concept for FF7, then repurposed for a Chrono Trigger sequel before finally becoming its own original story. My god. My god. The development of those games just sounded fraught. You miss JRPGs with technobabble and heavy reference to random literature and philosophy. Good question mark news. That's not really a thing that stopped happening. They just kind of stopped, like, doing it with, like, big turn-based JRPGs because people just stopped making big turn-based JRPGs. There's still quite a few games that do stuff like that. Fucking Warframe likes doing that. And they only recently started getting more into the, like, philosophy side of it. But straight up, like, one of the most recent quest lines in that, one of the main plot points they tell you is, hey, what if every single possibility of thing that could ever happen anywhere in the world, is equally as valid as the ones, that, you know, have observably come to happen? What if it's not that they're just equally valid, but that they have also in some way actually happened? Also, what if you went to school to learn this and you were in a spaceship and then there was a horrible accident? And I can't say more than that because the rest of it is spoilers, but... It's kind of a fucking buck wild direction to go in that I feel like they play in a really fun way. I know that the Nier and Drakengard games also kind of do stuff like that as well. I don't know if I ever want to play a Drakengard game. And I don't know if I ever want to play the original Nier. But I've got Automata. I know enough about the Drakengard games, and original Nier to have context for what is happening in Automata and why, and I think that's interesting and fun. I don't know if I want to play the games themselves. Like... I know that, you know, Drakengard, the first one, was very openly, intentionally developed, to be, like, fucking miserable to play, and it's like, man, that's a wild idea. Good on you for getting that chance. Doesn't make me want to play it, though. It's interesting that it exists. And then, yeah, Nier ends up being, like, the continuation of a joke ending of Drakengard. Hope to play the re-release of Nier sometime. I don't know if I even want to play that. Like, I've heard some folks say, oh, you know, like, the remake, is good in a lot of ways, and then I've heard some people say, you know, the remake is fine, but, like, something about it just loses a lot of the original, like, weird jank about it that, like, made it interesting in a lot of ways, and that kind of makes me sad. I guess it'd kind of have to be one of those, like, play it for yourselves to form your own opinion on it, but also it's like, I would have to pay $80 to play it for myself, probably. At least I'm pretty sure it's like a full-price game, which would maybe $80 Canadian. Which is like, I would have to be really sure I'd want to play that then. The decision is largely made a lot easier by the fact that I already own other video games that I do want to play, so, like... But from the sounds of it, at least, like, Automata, whatever, however you pronounce it, does, like, the things that, interest me in, like, the Drakengard games, but also gameplay-wise, it seems like I would actually have a fun time pressing the buttons. Favorite Nier Automata ending is the one where you eat a fish and it kills you. I think one of my favorites is, how... Hey, Jiljig, thanks for giving this gift sub out to Rex. That's awful generous of you. I think one of my favorite joke endings in Automata is how straight up, like, if you just die during the tutorial, they're like, oh, so your hero died, and the world was plunged into darkness forever, and then it just, like, plays the credits super fast, and you have to do the entire opening mission again from the start. The Nier raids are so much more wild after you play and know the entire series. Yeah, I know enough about, like, Drakengard and Nier and Automata and stuff that, like, I understood most of, like, what was happening when I did the raids in FF14 and how it, like... I was just kind of like, wow, huh, this actually is just straight up a continuation of the Nier games then, but, like, in a whole-ass MMO, huh? That's great. That's a very funny way to, you know, be like, hey, do you want to know, like, more bits and pieces about this, like, world and universe? Sub to a completely different MMO. And then, you know, beat the base game, and then beat 3 whole expansions. fuck it. I got into the game recently, you can too. I do also appreciate the gumption of Yoko Taro just being like, oh, okay, well, my good friend Yoshi P, who I'm doing this collab with, what's the main class that he plays, in this game? Black Mage? Huh, okay. I'm gonna tell the combat designers to make this raid specifically difficult for Black Mages. I don't know if he actually did that or if we're just kind of ended up being that way by coincidence, but it's very funny either way, so I choose to believe it's intentional. It seems like the type of thing that he would do intentionally, so I choose to believe that. Thank you, Mir and Mary, for the 5 months resub. Much appreciated. I feel like if I ever ended up making a video game, I would try and specifically put something in it to troll Brady, my friend Brady. And it would be there just for him. I don't even know why Brady specifically, it just feels right. Very normal human impulse to want to razz your friends. Yeah, it's fun. It can be fun sometimes. I think it's also important to know when to cool it and to let off, but you know, when the level of trust is there and the understanding of, you know, like when it's appropriate or whatever, it can be fun. I think that's part of why HLVR worked so well, is just because it was a bunch of us just fucking doing that to each other in the context of, oh, also we're playing Gary's mod, also we're playing Half-Life. Appreciate that Yoko Taro didn't get all you will feel ashamed of your words and deeds about 2B. Yeah, like, you can say what you will about the man, like, making horny designs because he's a horn dog, but, like, I appreciate just, like, the stone-faced honesty of it. Like, I appreciate that he's not like, oh, there's some deep, wonderful, incredible meaning for why you can look at her ass and her butt in her skirt. And he's just like, nah, dude, I'm just horny, and it's like... I mean, I appreciate the honesty, I suppose. Man, if you want to make a character that's just got her titties out, you can just say you wanted to see some titties on your screen. Like, if I don't like the character, I'm gonna judge it regardless, but if you try and pull some shit about how, oh no, it's deep and meaningful and impactful and allegorical, I don't know, I'm just gonna resent the character and you for being a jack-off. I mean, I know there are, like, you know, certain connotations for when this is, like, a thing that you're, like, mass-producing, and, like, you know, art that you're putting out into the world, and stuff like that, but, like, fucking hell, I've made characters where I've made decisions about them because I just thought it was hot. You can just be honest about it. It's fine. Go. Oh, something's wrong here. Hang on, I gotta restart. That's part of why Bayonetta is the way she is. See, Bayonetta's an example, that I really like, personally. Where, like, you know, yeah, her design is, like, you know, like, attractive and sexy and, like, horned up and stuff like that, but, like, it doesn't feel like... I don't know if egregious is the right word, but, like, it doesn't feel weird. In the context of, like, what it is, it doesn't make, like, feel, like, gross and exploitative to me. And two, like, she's allowed to be a character that exists instead of, like, a piece of meat that's ogled. You know? And I feel like that's kind of one of the big things, when it comes to, like, a lot of pieces of media where, you know, like, there's a character in it who's, like, very clearly and openly designed as, like, oh, okay, this is the sexy character, this is the attractive character. And, like, thinking about, you know, which ones, like, did and didn't work for me, and it's like, well... Generally, the ones that worked for me were allowed to be people on top of also just being sexy. I suppose it also helps that Bayonetta, you know, as a character is very cool. Bayonetta as a video game is a lot of fun. And also Bayonetta as a character is, like, very, very, very blatantly homosexual. It certainly doesn't hurt for me, at least. It's more fun when a character is horny and the game isn't also horny about, like, and also you are yeah, right, yeah, it's like... It's cool when I'm going through this thing and engaging with it, and also I just don't feel fucking disgusted about it. You know? Hades is a good example of that. I feel like Hades is a decent example of that. Where I feel like it never really, like, veers too hard to be, like, leery or voyeurist or anything like that. But man, they made, like, every character, like, kind of super hot in that. Yeah, Bayonetta also just gets to be goofy. Like, she gets to be, like, extra and weird, and, like, vogue around and, like, do poses and just, like, swing goofy things around. She does her, like, summoning ritual that, you know, like, turns her hair, which is also her outfit, into a giant portal that binds, like, a super demon to kill anything. And, like, the way she does that is, like, by doing a fucking goofy fashion model dance. Bayonetta is, like, Bayonetta is to the homoeroticism of women what JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is to the homoeroticism of men. I feel pretty confident in saying that. I feel pretty confident about saying that. Man, I really gotta get around to playing Bayonetta 2, don't I? Man, I really gotta play Bayo 2. JJBA could be a little bit better about gay stuff, but overall, yeah. I mean, JoJo's could be a lot better about a lot of things, but at the end of the day, you can't really deny the fact that Araki is totally destroying a ton of beefed-up men, just, like, getting way too close and staring each other right in the eyes, and, you know, like, getting very intimate with one another, like... Sure, there's stuff that you can and should say about JoJo's, I'm not denying that, But also, my god, those bitches gay. I love saying this while the tranquil bird sound is happening. Yeah, Stardust wishes the auto mod got tripped up by you saying coward. It gets tripped up on coward sometimes, and dinosaur, which is funny to me. I mean, I don't know, Combo Winter. I feel like Automod nabbing you for massive nads is working as intended. All things considered. Mods help. The massive nads are getting stuck in the Automod queue again, making a mess of things. Ooh, how dreadful. I felt a little bit evil saying that. Only a little. You'll get the broom? Thank you. Maybe a plunger might also help. I don't quite know what kind of blockage we're dealing with here. A bad one, but I mean, other than that... Where am I fucking going with this? This is going nowhere fast. Holly, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, you're a little bit evil all the time. That's not true. I'm nice. I'm nice. I'm a good person, I'm just devious and impish and mischievous. This is gonna surprise no one, given how my career involves me being a Twitch streamer, but I'm a little bit of a jester. Just a little bit of a jester-like individual. Right, if I was being evil, I would have the stream tagged as evil characters. It's that simple. I do like the idea of tagging every single other stream I ever do for the rest of time as good characters. Bugs called you an E-Punch and Judy professor once? Listen, I can understand having to reel with a devastating blow like that, but on the other hand, and you know, not to deck you right into an old wound, but they're right. They're correct is the thing. Man, this is probably gonna be one of the most me sentences ever. You know what I've had a hankering to do lately? And this is not a hankering I'm gonna be able to act on for probably a good long fucking while. But I have had a hankering to, like, get into a tabletop game and play as, like, a jester type of character. I want to be a fool, I want to be a joker, I want to be mischievous. I think it would be fun. I got to do something like that once, in a game that never really took off for a lot of reasons, unfortunately. It's just kind of how it goes sometimes. In this case, it was for a pretty damn good reason, though. But I'm not gonna get into that. Anyways, I played a character, who was, a wandering fool for hire. Who... I mean, her name was Winona, but she was very desperate to try and get people to know her by her stage name, name of Scrud Grundlebunch, which she was very proud of. And she, like, it was a lot of fun for a lot of reasons, because it was just fun to be a fool. She kept implying, that she knew things that people in whatever day and age we were playing in probably wouldn't know. And the lead-up that I was going for with the DM, which, you know, when I pitched the concept to the DM, they were like, man, that's fucking awesome, let's do this. So she was a warlock. She was a warlock, and her whole deal was that, like, her patron was, you know, about, like, luck and, fate and things like that. The whole deal was that she was her own patron. Because she was, like an ancient god from, like, the dawn of time, who had purposefully, like, stripped herself of rank and power and most knowledge of what she actually was. Because she thought it would be fun to go out there, and tip the scales a little bit. And so that was a really fun character idea. And she had, like her whole thing was that, like, all of her spells were based around, like, a deck of cards. And she specifically had, like, her deck was, like, her casting focus and her weapon, and we set up this whole thing where, like, every, like, turn I was in combat, whenever I rolled for a melee attack, I would roll a d4 to represent, like, the suit of cards she was drawing, and that would make it be, like, a different weapon. And, like, some of them were just bad, so there was a 1 in 4 chance that I would just, you know, get the bad roll and I would strike with, like, a shitty dagger, and then there was, like, a 1 in 4 chance that I would just, you know, give him the club, and it would do a lot more damage. And she was meant to be, like a sort of, like, melee-focused warlock with a little bit of, like, ranged utility. She had one Joker in the deck, and the way the DM, like, decided this was that she would never randomly draw it from the deck. She would only draw it if she decided she needed it. And the way it was worded is that if there was any problem in front of her that she very, very desperately needed to resolve, she could draw the Joker, it would solve the issue, and she would immediately be destroyed. Obliterated. Banished from this world, sent back to whatever plane from whence she came. Left only, you know, to observe the world and try to, like, reach out to people that way. And I never used it, because we never got far in the campaign or anything. But it was very cool to have a button that could either be, you know, like, the idea that I wanted to go for was, you know, I guess kind of the opposite of, you know, cosmic horror, where a lot of that is sort of like, oh, well, what if, like, you know, you get a glimpse of, like, what these unfathomable beings that are, like, larger than you, like, understand of our universe, and, like, you know, your mind can't comprehend that, like, things are on this, like, massive scale that's, like, completely, like, unknown to you. I wanted to do the opposite of that, which is like, well, what if this, like, massive being, started seeing the world from a much smaller perspective, and, like, what if that made them, like, more human? And so, the idea for the Joker was that it would either be a sort of, like, she sticks really hard to her convictions either way, either in a, like, oh, well, time to cause, like, fucking mayhem, I'm out of here, good luck, oh, or in a, like, oh, well, now she's found something to fight for that she's willing to die for. That she's willing to give up the entirety of herself for. I don't know, I like giving myself, like, with the DM's permission, like, weird bullshit in games like that, like, has a very open, obvious, like, negative drawback, but still leads to, like, interesting narrative stuff. Because, you know, that's the crux of tabletop to me, is telling stories. And so it's fun to come up with weird shit like that and then workshop it with your DM and have them either be like, oh, this is great, let's do it, or, oh, this is interesting, but what if we do this instead? It's cool. Once played a character who had a phobia that meant he couldn't touch dirt. Oh, man. There was a thing that, Mira at some point wanted to wrangle some of us together for that was meant to be like a... What if we tried to do like an On the Seas Pirates One Piece type of thing? And I made a character for that was like, she was like a forge cleric who specifically left this super, like, insular, like, religious body because, like, it was very much like, you know, these people were being implanted with shards of godhood, because this was in a world where the gods had, like, very much died or disappeared. Was one of the big, like, cruxes of the world that Mira came up with. And so, you know, well, how do you have a cleric, then? Oh, you know, they take the shards lying around, they put that into them, it gives them the power. And so she was just, like, kind of done with the way that she was being treated. And so she got the hell out of there and decided she was gonna dedicate the rest of her life to, sailing around the world and learning how to be a better, like, smith, how to be a boatswain, how to make boats. She wanted to make, the ultimate boat. And, you know, there was stuff that I wanted to do with regards to, like, you know, what it means to be, like, a cleric and to have some sort of faith, you know, A, in a world where the gods are dead, and B, in a world where you don't even really necessarily have, faith in, like, what you were told to believe in and that sort of thing. Also, I decided that she was a dwarf and she didn't think that dwarves existed. Because I thought it would be funny to go, yeah, she was raised by gnomes, and she thought that she was just, like, a wide gnome. She thought she was just a particularly burly gnome. So that was also a thing I wanted to do. Do I do narrative/character writing? Sometimes. I mean, out of all the writing I do tend to do, that's generally the one that, kind of resonates with me the most, so most of my stuff tends to be more focused around that, yeah. Also, yeah, I did make a Tumblr post about that, with, like, a screenshot of Roll20 when we were, like, setting stuff up for that. And so, you might have seen a post on Tumblr going around that was, like, you know, talking about character flaws, and it also just includes, I don't think dwarves exist. I made that one. That was me. I don't think that one ever took off quite as much as some of the other posts that make people go, wait, that was you? But, yeah, that is a post I made. That is a character I came up with. I don't really have, like, the time and energy nowadays a lot of the time that something like, you know, Tabletop would require, because it is a time investment. But thankfully, for whenever the day comes around that I do have that, and I can commit to that, I have quite a number of characters what I have come up with and fiddled with. What do I recommend if you're a DM that wants to be a player for that reason? I don't know what to tell you. I've never DM'd. I have always been way too fucking scared to DM. I have absolutely no DMing experience, and so I can't really help you with that regard, unfortunately. Other than, I don't know, if you have a character concept you really like and you want to play with, like, something like that, just don't be afraid to hit up the DM and be like, hey, I got this idea, let's workshop something together. And, you know, hopefully you have a DM who understands that Tabletop isn't just them trying to tell their story, it's everyone trying to tell stories together. And so they're willing to do something like that. But also, you know, part of that is the DM also trying to tell their part of the story, so don't, try not to be too upset if they tell you, hey, this specific thing that you've come up with, we should try and work this in some other way. I mean, there you go, you said yourself, you've been a DM for 5 years, so you probably know, you know, that that's just kind of how the dice roll sometimes, but... You know, just talk about stuff. If you find someone that wants to DM, just, if you have ideas, talk about them with them. Worst comes to worst, they say no, and you can come up with something else. Actually, I guess worst comes to worst, you just realize you're a bad fit as, like, a player-DM combo, and then you just try and play with someone else, I suppose. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. I've been lucky in that everyone I've, like, done Tabletop with, every DM I've ever had has been, you know, a lot of fun to play with. But I've heard some horror stories. You ever got to do D&D? Well, hey, good news! There's a million other systems out there, many of which I feel are straight up better than Dungeons & Dragons as a system, so... There's plenty of other shit you can try out with plenty of other folks who would love to play with you. I'm sure. Like, I'll be honest, Dungeons & Dragons is, like, the system that I've just ended up playing the most, because it's, like, just happened to be the one that, like, most of the people I've played with understood the best. D&D is kind of like my least favorite system, honestly. I would really like to try a lot of other stuff. I really, really desperately someday want to see if I can ramble a group together and trick someone into DMing for me. I really want to play 13th Age. It is a system that takes some of the stuff that mechanically I liked about like similar stuff to D&D, and then also just has more like baked-in mechanics about like, hey, here's stuff to encourage more cool narrative stuff. I also really want to play fucking Lancer someday, which is, you know, not fantasy, it's mechs, but goddamn, I want to play Lancer. Goddamn, I want to play Lancer so bad. Lancer looks so cool. I still need to, like, work up the guts to DM, like, the folks what did Lancer and be like, hey, is it okay if I really like your work. Is it okay if I just do a stream where I, like, read through your rulebook? Are you cool with that? Is there anything I, like, should and should not do for that? I have it on good authority that apparently at least some of the folks what worked on Lancer, like, A, are approachable, and B, are apparently fans of some stuff I have worked on. And so, like, you know, I feel like if I did reach out to them, worst comes to worst is their answer is, like, some variant of yes, but, or, you know, like, no, sorry. And, like, that's fine. It's not the rejection that worries me, it's just the fact that I'm fucking shy. And reaching out to people that I'm not already super close with is hard. I feel like that's probably not, you know, a terribly mind-blowing thing to hear, but, I do have anxiety. Five, two, two, 3 goes here, all done. 22 seconds. Whew, it's getting cold in here. Find the concept of Shadowrun to be cool, but the game is unapproachable. Arguably good news. Shadowrun is a dogshit system. So you don't have to worry about its unapproachability because it's just bad to play. Like, you know, like, there's all the shit that people have already talked about, which, you know, not to downplay it, it's important to talk about, that's, like, just bad about it from, like, a narrative standpoint, you know, the whole, like, oh, well, people with, implants and, cybernetics and stuff like that, it, like, drains their soul and makes them less human and stuff like that. Like, everyone knows about that shit. Everyone knows that stuff sucks. The thing that no one talks about is just the fact that Lancer sucks. No, not Lancer, Shadowrun. I saw someone say Lancer. Lancer is great. The thing that sucks about Shadowrun that no one talks about is just that the system is bad. The system isn't fun to play. It's not mechanically fun. If you want to do something Shadowrun related that's actually a good time, they made a couple of video games that are fun. They still deal with the fucking egregious, like, oh, but if you have implants, it, like, severs your soul's connection to the magic or whatever, and, like, that's, I think that's still there, that still sucks ass, but, like, If that's a deal breaker for you, very much understandable. If that's something that you think you're able to grit your teeth and like bear and still like, you know, try and have a good time with, they're very solid like tactical games. They're very solid like war games that like, from what I remember, have some pretty interesting plots and characters. Have people heard of Hardwired Island? The name rings a bell. If it's the one I'm thinking of, then it's one that I kind of had my eyes on a little bit and was like, oh yeah, that does sound neat. That was the one that was made by, fucking, what's his name? Me saying that must mean nothing to no one, but like... anti-capitalist, transhumanist, and not weird about Orientalism. That's a pretty good start already. No, that is not the name I was thinking of, so I think I'm mixing things up, but I have heard the name Hardwired Island before. And I do remember, like, you know, reading a little bit into it and thinking, like, you know, that does sound neat, huh? I'll have to look more into that at some point, I reckon. See, the point I've been trying to get on and then kind of lost the plot along the way because that's how my brain works is that there's a lot of really good tabletop systems out there, that aren't fucking Dungeons and Dragons. To the point where I see a lot of people that are like, oh, well, we're gonna play Dungeons and Dragons, and also here's like you know, 50 different, like, you know, modifications and, like, homebrews and rule modifications that we're doing on top of that, and it's like... Listen, I'll power to you for taking shit that sucks and trying to make something else about it, but, like, at that point, why not just play another system? Why not just play a system that you like better, instead of trying to hack something out of something you hate? Well, this is our 2 then, so the 1 goes here. 2 goes like this. Knock these off, so this 2 goes here, so this is our 3. Means this would have to go here. Which means this is our 4, and this would be the 2, which means this is all done. There we go. Which means this can't be here, so this is our 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey there, Lunar Soul. Squares is going... pretty good. There we go. I think I might wrap up after I finish this, like, group of puzzles. I think I might be close to done. And then I think all we'll have left is, like, the final group of clip Picrosses for whenever I next want to do a Picross stream. I remember a while ago, I'm gonna have to ask Mike about what it was again. There was some, like, tabletop system he was talking about that was just, like, really, like... It was, like, really weird fantasy stuff, like, on purpose, by design. And it sounded like a lot of fun. I don't even remember what it was called, and that's such a vague description. I'm gonna have to see if he remembers. Another mech RPG that's more Magitech called Armor S-Tier Advent. That name sounds familiar. Again, I follow a lot of, like, tabletop folks because I think it's interesting. And so I have a lot of half-remembered knowledge about some systems, like, oh yeah, I read about that once, it sounded really neat. There's also, one that I've also been really interested in, I think, is called Fellowship? I want to say that's the name. And it's very much sort of like, less inspired by, like, Lord of the Rings as, like, you know, a Tolkien-esque universe, and more inspired by Lord of the Rings in the sense of, like, a bunch of, like weird and kind of unlikely heroes with, like, very specific skill sets coming together to try and stop some greater evil. And I really liked mechanically the stuff that I heard about it, as well as, like, you know, how it encourages narrative play. And I think also the person who, like, made the system straight up at some point was like, hey, if you ever want me to, like, DM my game for you, I will. Which was very kind of them. I apologize because I don't remember exactly what pronouns they go by. I think she and they. You know, I've looked up to their work for a while now, so it was just kind of like, oh, geez, that's really nice of you. Thank you. Maybe someday I will have to take them up on that offer because that sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, there's lots of cool systems out there. You just gots to be willing to look a little. I know that fucking, Wizards of the Coast sure does their damnedest to make it look like they've got, like, a stranglehold on the market. Because they make a ton of money off of that. But there's a lot of good stuff out there. Always been too scared to play tabletop games because role-playing as characters just makes you embarrassed. I mean, hey, if you do it with friends, or do it with people that you trust who you know aren't gonna be, like, be weird to you about it, that's a good way to do it. Like, I know when I say it this way, it sounds like, you know, heartwarming, world's dumbest woman tells you the most obvious fact ever. But I'm saying this from the perspective of, yeah, I went through this too, so I understand. Like, straight up, if there's ever stuff that, you know, you feel, like, embarrassed or shy about or whatever, just, like, you know, talk about it with friends that you trust. Try and do it with people you feel, like, comfortable and safe around. Help work your confidence up that way. That's what worked for me, at least. Granted, I'm also kind of a weirdo, and me, like, doing specifically, like, acting and theater stuff makes me feel less anxious, so... fully willing to admit my perspective may be different than yours, but that's just, you know, part of being human. People look and feel different ways about different things. So maybe my advice won't work. You know, you won't know unless you try, you know? Thespian, lesbian, listen, someone out there's gotta be a good role model for theater model gays. Or for theater kid gays. I don't know if I'm being that, but someone's gotta do it. Someone out there's got to show that you can have been a theater kid and also be normal. You gotta. The trial. Okay, well the next one is fucking 60 of them. So I guess that'll be what we tuck into next time. I guess next time we're taking on this fucking monster. And then we'll have done all of Picross S3. Aside from, like, the Mega Picrosses, but I do those on my own time. But yeah, we got a lot of these. This'll be a fun, double-wide, jumbo-sized Picross stream at some point, I imagine. Try and get through the rest of them. There we go. He said it. He fucking said it. We're done. He said it. We're done. I was waiting. Let's see if we got any fan art. Hang on a sec. Brady linked me to something that I will look at later. Oh, I see. He sent me a video of One Piece penis. I can't show that on stream, but it is funny. Hang on a sec, let's look at some fan art. It was a little bit of a brother check-in type picture, but not quite. Let's go, gentlemen. Anyways, I'll throw on a little bit of music. We'll get some fan art looking at. Let me get the Discord view up. Starting with this one from Soda Pop Sergeant. Birds having fun. 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 Awesome. You love to see it. You love to see it. I don't know why I didn't expect this, but people started drawing fan art of the new bird. And when they did, I was just like, oh, 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 oh. So that's how I'm doing, I suppose. Thank you very much. This is very cute. We got this one here from Sign. The Hyper BB Cube. The data. The numbers. We've run them all together and we have confirmed. It's a good bird. Big fan of the stretch out. Very good. You'll love to see it. And look, friends having fun, sleeping on top of one another. Cats like to do this. I think birds can too. Now BB will teach Pip swears. No, 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 no. Other way around. Other way around. Thank you very much. These are adorable. These are very cute. Got this one here from Amusement Heart, who says, I'm glad BB finally found a friend, by the way. Oh! 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 Very cute. Thank you. Oh! Thank you very much. Got this one here from Male Wife. Oh, holy shit! Yo, 3D! Yo, it's in 3D! Adrian! Rotating my goddamn bird! That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, thank you so much. Big, big fan of these ones. Appropriate time for Sayonara Wild Hearts music, I suppose. Thank you very much. Got this one here from Sally, who says, oh, how I love Picross and birds. Hey, what a coincidence, me too. Oh my god, the double bird on the head, that's so big brain genius idea! That's such a smart thing for you to draw. Also, it's very cute. Thank you very much, I really like this. This one here from Red Skull, who says, I've never really shown my art before, it's not perfect. Have you seen my art? It doesn't have to be. Take the idea of making your art perfect and kill it. Anyways, but I felt inspired by the stream today, so I thought I'd make a thing. Hope you like it. I do like it. Very cool. I'm a big fan of the different sort of like interlacing geometric patterns, kind of like contrasted with just the triple bird. This is really cool. This is really cool. I appreciate being humble, but don't undersell your work. This is dope. This is awesome. Hell yeah, thank you very much. Big fan of this. Another one here from Soda Pop Sergeant. Oh shit! Someone tell Brady. Someone tell Brady. Someone get Brady on the phone. New bird can backflip. Hell yeah. You love to see it. Thank you very much. We got a little frame by frame. Ah, a wreath of birds to hang outside my window. Hell yeah. This one here from Be Gay Do Crime. Hey look, it's a little me. In Me-topias. Hell yeah, very cute. Thank you very much. I don't know if Me-topia is the type of game I would really enjoy much myself, but sometimes I see friends of mine who have, like, put me and some other folks we know in their game together, and I see screenshots of that, and I'm like, oh, that's very cute, that's very charming. Let me see if there's any on Twitter. I just kind of got lost for a second, in the music, and I was just kind of like, man, I love this song. Fucking great song. I've had an itch lately to replay Sayonara Wild Hearts. I don't know if it'd be for stream or if it'd just be on my own time, but man, I want to play that game again. Oh, fuck, I want to play that game again. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's a good game. There we go. Hang on, we do have one that wasn't in the Discord. So give me just a sec to pull that up. This one here, from McHigh22, who says, I found out how to make my brushes all pixely. Very cute. I'm glad that everyone is as enamored with the little me I made as I am, because I don't know. I'm quite chuffed with my little Nintendo avatar. It's very cute. I think I made her look very sleepy and nice, and I'm glad other people enjoy it too. And look. Birds having fun, birds going to bed. You love to see it. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. Very cute. I believe that's it. I think everything else that I got tagged in was shown in the Discord already. So thank you all very much for all the fan art. It made me very happy to see. Thanks for enjoying my new bird. Which is, I'm realizing now, isn't on the BRB screen, and also the other bird was blocking the song title. Oops. Oops. Hang on. Let me... There you go. I suppose. Oh, wrong button. Sorry about the second of honking. Well else is fucking live right now? Is there anyone we can raid? Is there anyone else going that we can raid? Is there someone that I can chuck folks on towards tonight? Can I do that? Can I do that? Hang on a second. Who's live right now? Let's check. I will check my phone. Give me just a sec. Sounds like multiple people are live, so I'll have a quick sticky beak over my list of follows and see who I want to choke folks on over towards. GDQ is live? Yeah, but GDQ has like 2,000 fucking viewers right now. I prefer to chuck folks on over towards, you know, a smaller viewer count. And maybe introduce folks to a stream they maybe aren't as aware of or something like that, you know? I like to do that if I can help it. Let's see here. Let's see. We could always raid Dev. They are doing, Strangers of Paradise. They are here to kill chaos. That sounds like a fun time. That sounds like a good time. What's the GDQ event right now? They don't always do events. Sometimes they do just do, like, you know, like a regular sort of string of, like, different shows and stuff like that. They like, in recent years, they've been doing more than just, like, you know, the event stuff, which is cool. I think that's cool, personally. But yeah, I think we are going to raid Dev. Yeah. Just get our goodbye music up. Because that's gonna be it for our stream tonight. Got a lot of squares done today. Puzzles is fun. I like these streams. They're a nice, laid-back thing to do. Good conversation, stuff like that. They're a real nice time. Glad I get to share little moments like this with all y'all. Thanks for making them as fun as they are, because they wouldn't be as fun as they are without, you know, y'all in the audience. So thank you very much for that. Thank you very much as well for all the support today, all the subs, all the tips, all the bits. Your generosity means a whole hell of a lot to me, more than I could really honestly put into words, so thank you all very much for that. Thank you as well for any new folks that stopped on by today. Thank you for all the follows today. Thank you again for all the beautiful fan art. I can't quite remember if we had hosts or raids, or if like they didn't come up in the feed or whatever, but if those did happen, thank you very much for that. And thank you all very much for tuning in. You know, whether you were here for just a bit or you stuck around for the whole stream, whether you just stopped in at the beginning or you just made it now at the end, whether you've been enjoying chatting it up with your fellow viewers, or you're just lurking, having a good time to yourself. Whether you're watching this live, or you're checking out the VOD, it's always wonderful to have you here. So thanks for taking time out of your busy day to spend it here with us. We are gonna go raid Dev. Time to look at some Strangers of Paradise, which I don't know a lot. I haven't been keeping up super much with that game after it launched, but it sounds like it gets kind of wild. Yeah, so hey, I hope you enjoy. For sticking around for the raid, I hope you have a fun time. I hope that you, enjoy Dev's stream. I hope that you show them the same respect that you've shown me tonight. Be good, because if you're not, I'll know. I'll be live again Friday, and we'll be checking out some more Dark Souls 2. I am very much looking forward to that, and I hope you all are too. Maybe I'll see you then, or maybe I'll see you around some other time, but no matter what happens, before we head off, I'd just like to say, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you very much for tuning in. Make sure you're taking care of yourself and taking care of the folks around you. And I hope to see you again soon.